morning, everyone. Welcome to the Korea Association of the International Studies. This is Ji-hwan Hwang, Executive Director of the KAIS. And today we will have our second international conference on North Korean nuclear issue and the Korean peace process. Today we have two panel, and this is the live in the YouTube and open to the public. From now on, we will start our the opening session. And in the opening session, our president of KAIS, President Jeon Jae-sung will speak his opening remarks. Let's invite the President Jeon Jae-sung here.
네, 존경하는 한국국제정치학회 회원 여러분, 그리고 유튜브를 통해 시청하고 계신 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 올해 국제정치학회 회장을 맡고 있는 전재성입니다. 오늘 학술회의는 북핵과 한반도 평화를 주제로 개최하게 되었습니다. 서울대학교 통일평화연구원과 공동 주최이고요. 서울대 후원을 받았습니다. 통일평화연구원 임경원 원장님께 감사 말씀드립니다. 오늘 회의에는 미국, 중국, 호주의 학자분들이 참여하고 계시고 또 우리 학회 회원분들께서 같이 토론과 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 사회와 발표 또 토론을 맡아주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 지난 2월에 바이든 정부 등장 이후에 미국과 동아시아 질서 또 한미 관계에 대한 학술회의를 개최했습니다. 이번에는 바이든 정부 출범 이후에 북핵 문제와 한반도 평화 프로세스 그리고 한국의 전략 등에 관해서 여러 국가의 전문가들을 모시고 논의를 진행하고자 합니다. 본격적으로 진행될 북핵 문제를 둘러싼 여러 가지 회담, 사건의 진행에 관련해서 여러 국가들의 인식과 전략을 살펴볼 수 있는 좋은 기회라고 생각이 됩니다. 오늘 하루 훌륭한 발표와 토론 맡아주신 여러분들께 진심으로 감사드리고 또 우리 회원 여러분들의 많은 관심과 성원 부탁드립니다. Dear members of the Korean Association of International Studies and everyone watching through YouTube, thank you for watching and welcome. I'm Jae-sung Jeon, serving the KAIS as the president this year. The subject of the conference today is the North Korean nuclear problem, North Korean strategy, and the future of peace on the Korean Peninsula after the beginning of the Biden administration. Today's conference is co-hosted with the Institute for Peace and Unification Studies and sponsored by Seoul National University. Today we have distinguished panelists from the United States, China, Australia, as well as South Korea. We sincerely thank the participation of all panelists, especially remote online participation of our American colleagues late at night in their time zone. In February, we held a conference on the topic of the Biden administration and RK-US relations. This time, we want to discuss the future of the Korean nuclear problem and the possibility of peace process on the peninsula. I think it will be an excellent opportunity to examine and analyze the perceptions and strategies of various actors surrounding the North Korean nuclear issue. We look forward to having an excellent and exciting discussion. Thank you very much.
Today we have two panels, and all panels will be discussed in English. The first panel will start at 10 a.m. Korea time, and second panel will start in 1 p.m. and also in Korean time. So we have a few minutes left, and our first panel will be started in a few minutes, and the 10 a.m. On time, the Korean time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ho Chul Lee. I am teaching at Incheon National University. On my way to this conference, I saw cherries just began to blossom. So spring has come, even on the COVID-19. Also, as a former president of this Association of Korean Association of International Studies, I express my great appreciation and encouragement for this new president and secretary general and many, our association members to devote for the association. I really appreciate. Today, the association has organized a very important conference on very significant issue. The panel one will be about North Korean nuclear issue and peace process on the Korean Peninsula under new administration of the United States, the Biden administration. We expect a lot, positive changes. Also, we expect some continuation from the previous administration. This panel, we have two presenters from United States. They are joining online because of the COVID-19. And also we have 5 discussants, mostly from within domestic Korea. By the way, this conference, we are trying to our best to keep COVID-19 quarantine regulations. Also, because this is even though international conference, most of you are online. The technical problems, I will check it during my moderation. Okay, let me introduce 2 presenters from United States. In the order of my program here, Ken Gauss from the Navy, the Center for Navy Analysis. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gauss? Ken Gauss, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
All right. Can you briefly introduce yourself to us?
Yes, I am the director of the Adversary Analytics Program at CNA. We have a fairly substantial North Korea program as part of that program, a larger program that I run.
Mm-hmm.
And we basically do studies for the US government on key adversaries around the world.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Ken. Bipin Narang from MIT, are you here too?
Hey guys.
Bipin Narang?
Can you hear me?
Can you, yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, yeah, I'm Professor Vipin Narang. I'm an associate professor of political science and member of the security studies program at MIT. I wish I could be there in Seoul with everybody, but it's good to see everybody virtually online.
Okay.
감사합니다.
Okay. Nice to see you, Vipin. Okay. Each of you, I think about 20 minutes, I ask you to present about your topic. And then we have 5 discussants. Each of your discussants, I ask you to discuss about 7 minutes. That's going to be first round of the presentation and discussions, okay? Let me go first with Ken Gauss from the Center of Navy Analysis. Ken Gauss, can you start, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to talk about the Biden administration and its North Korea strategy, which it's working on right now, and talk a little bit about what I think may be consistent with previous U.S. policy and what might be changing in the future. So I would say that the Biden administration is nearing completion of its policy review for the North Korea strategy. According to some people, this will probably take place or wrap up somewhere within a month or maybe a little bit more. As the new administration in Washington finds its footing, patience in the region is wearing thin. North Korea's recent short-range missile tests attest to this fact. The readout from the recent trip to Seoul by Secretary of State Blinken and Secretary of Defense Austin was very familiar in tone, signaled nothing really very much new that I could see, but instead a return to kind of the familiar pre-Trump status quo. Hopefully this is not what we're going to get out of the policy review, but that's what we're hearing from some of the officials around Biden at the moment. The Biden team must realize that a reprise of President Obama's wait-and-see approach will not work, in my opinion. Even the Trump administration's headline-grabbing threats and summits were a new packaging for a decades-old approach of expecting Beijing to help put pressure on Pyongyang to surrender its nuclear program. This policy line has failed time and time again. And North Korea's threatening capabilities continue to grow. The Biden administration should and can establish a more pragmatic, realistic policy to urgently counter this threat that we see growing in the region. In addition to shoring up stability and providing deterrence to its deterrent umbrella to its allies, it should seek to foster a deeper, longer game of fundamental change inside North Korea. And this means to avoid returning to strategic patience and instead re-engaging diplomatically, COVID permitting, but this time with realistic goals attached to it. In other words, a pragmatic North Korea strategy that focuses on mitigating the consequences of North Korea's nuclear breakout while promoting long-term strategic change. That's kind of my overall takeaway about what's going on. In my comments today, I'll focus on 3 points. First, North Korea's calculus with regard to its nuclear program. Second, the Biden administration's likely strategy. And third, the contours of an effective North Korea strategy, in my opinion. So in terms of North Korea's calculus, the reason why U.S. policy toward North Korea has failed in the past is that it understandably starts from a point of view of what is best for U.S. national security. North Korea's national security and equities are of secondary or even tertiary importance. And for that reason, we struggle to come up with incentives and only focus on pressure. When we come up with the incentives, they are not very well defined, and they are always pitched as something to be given once North Korea makes tangible moves toward denuclearization. If we look at the situation from North Korea's point of view, and taking North Korea and Kim Jong-un's perspective and equities into account, some things become readily apparent. First, the nuclear program is intimately tied to the legitimacy of the Supreme Leader. Second, the program satisfies Kim's fundamental 2 objectives of regime survival and perpetuation of Kim family rule. Third, the Supreme Leader does not have solid successes in other areas such as the economy, which can be used to offset the legitimacy conferred to him by the successes in the national security realm. Fourth, as the United States and the international community ratchet up the pressure through sanctions to get North Korea to denuclearize, it forces Kim Jong-un to hold more tightly to his nuclear program and reduce the aperture for engagement and diplomacy. Fifth, at the moment, it does not appear that North Korea is willing to part with its nuclear program. That will continue to be true unless the United States can make progress on the diplomatic front. The bottom line is we assume that North Korea will never part with its nuclear program, but we simply do not know this for sure. It is an assumption that renders diplomacy null and void. Sixth, Kim Jong-un is not easily swayed by economic pressure. In an effort to contain COVID, Pyongyang has voluntarily imposed an isolation of itself far more devastating than sanctions could ever be. Trade with China is down by 80% or more, and the GDP in North Korea is down by an estimated 10% or more. Despite all of this, the government is signaling its determination to stand fast until the pandemic ends. Not for the first time, Pyongyang is demonstrating that it will impose massive suffering on its population to pursue its goals. North Korea will never make the first concessions. Demanding that Pyongyang dismantle its nuclear program first in hopes of being rewarded later is a deal that Kim will likely never take up. And finally, meanwhile, China's leader, Xi Jinping, has shown repeatedly that Beijing still prioritizes stability on the Korean Peninsula over North Korean denuclearization. North Korea is very aware of Beijing's calculus. Now turning to the second point of my talk tonight, traditional U.S. policy toward North Korea. Although Washington's enduring North Korea strategy has not been contained in a document passed down through administrations, it has remained remarkably consistent from Clinton through Trump. It could be summarized as negotiate an end to North Korea's nuclear weapons program through diplomatic and economic leverage, while maintaining regional stability and minimizing risk through multilateral diplomacy, military restraint, and extended deterrence guarantees to U.S. allies. The strategy is rested on assumptions that have proven false time and time again. The first is that Washington could wield sufficient leverage to override the Kim's regime's desire for nuclear weapons. The second is that Washington could obtain sufficient cooperation from Beijing to persuade Pyongyang to denuclearize. Washington remains trapped by these untenable assumptions, in part because of what discarding them would mean for the larger priorities like regional stability, global nonproliferation, and relations with China. If Washington acknowledged that it did not have sufficient leverage to get the Kim regime to negotiate away its nuclear program, it could be seen as accepting North Korea as a nuclear armed power or presenting military conflict as the only recourse. Either possibility would be politically unpalatable and unacceptably risky. So what's the Biden's administration's likely strategy to be? We have to look at this in terms of his strategy toward North Korea, and also what is palatable inside the United States. What will the United States body politic and the American public accept? Based on early statements coming from those around President Biden, as well as previous stances of those put forth by members of his national security team, there appears to be some evolution in thought about the North Korea problem set, but not a wholesale change in how to approach the challenge. The Biden administration appears open to the possibility of diplomacy and even negotiations, but only on US terms, meaning that North Korea must first make tangible and irreversible steps toward denuclearization. There has not been any real discussion of what the US is prepared to do in order to get into a negotiation with North Korea, what concessions it is willing to make on the front end, and the fundamental problem that the new administrations face on the issue of North Korea is that it is politically unpalatable to make upfront concessions needed to entice North Korea into its serious negotiations. This looks like rewarding bad behavior. Of course, North Korea's bad behavior at the beginning of new administrations does not help and just perpetuates our view that North Korea is a land of no good options. Therefore, Washington's North Korea strategy has often been characterized by caution and inconsistency in influence campaigns, including beating Pyongyang up on its human rights record, because such efforts could be seen as a distraction from getting Pyongyang to the table for denuclearization negotiations. This point was made by a good friend of mine and somebody who I work with, Marcus Karlauskas, and I think it's absolutely right. Trump was able to get further than most because of the unconventional nature of his presidency. He was able to take a top-down approach and throw caution out the window that has hamstrung most other administrations. The problem with the Trump approach is that it had no follow-on strategy. Another problem was that his administration was continued insistence on maximum pressure, which for all intents and purposes looked a lot like strategic patience. All pressure and no carrots is ultimately doomed to fail as a viable strategy for North Korea. Even in the period of symmetry in 2018 and 2019, the United States slapped many sanctions on North Korea. If what we wanted to do was show Pyongyang that good behavior and engaging in diplomacy is the right thing to do, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot. Most likely, the Biden administration will try to distinguish itself by saying that it is willing to engage North Korea and make concessions, as long as North Korea makes the first concessions on its nuclear program. If this proves to be the case, it will likely mean that the Biden administration will ultimately fail to make much progress in solving the North Korea problem. As the asymmetrically weaker power, North Korea cannot make the first substantive concessions. Doing so would only make it weaker vis-a-vis its sworn enemy and undermine the legitimacy of the supreme leader. So what needs to be done? Given the situation we find ourselves in today, after decades of failed policy, the Biden administration seeks to escape the inertia of predecessors by crafting a pragmatic new strategy toward North Korea. This should be premised on not on Beijing's cooperation, nor on Kim's willingness to denuclearize, but rather on how to address the growing risks of a resolutely nuclear-armed North Korea. The new strategy should focus on reducing the risks of regional destabilization and military escalation stemming from North Korea's growing nuclear and missile capabilities. It should do so by working with allies to shore up its deterrence while offering expanded engagement to Pyongyang on issues beyond denuclearization. The strategy should also foster long-term changes inside North Korea, domestic and external conditions to fundamentally change its behavior and calculus in ways that could eventually make North-South reconciliation and denuclearization feasible. This comes by fostering the belief within the North Korean leadership that its nuclear program is a bargaining chip that can be used through negotiation to achieve economic development, stability, and long-term regime survival. A good start would be for the Biden administration to engage in active diplomacy with North Korea to achieve small gains that mitigate the security threat. This could be centered on some kind of reciprocal concessions to lay the groundwork for future relationship building. But in order to set the table, the Biden administration will have to make the first moves to convince Pyongyang that the United States is acting in good faith. So taking a page from the Trump strategy of a top-down strategy, top-down approach, might be a good idea, but maybe probably not president to supreme leader, but somewhere a little bit, one or two steps down from that. All that said, in my opinion, the Biden administration does not have the political capital at the moment to solve the North Korea problem. On the front end of his term in office, he has a lot of stuff on his plate domestically, as well as a lot of stuff on his plate in terms of foreign and security policy. So in that case, it seems that he is highly unlikely to get support from Congress or the American public to make the substantive concessions that would be needed up front to get North Korea into a negotiation. That said, there are likely some required tenets for a successful North Korea strategy. And this is my final points. One, understand North Korea and Kim Jong-un's equities and leverage off of them. Shift the new strategy's focus away from near-term denuclearization. Focus on denying North Korea any perceived political military advantages from improved nuclear and missile capabilities. The U.S. needs to make the first concessions, including sanctions relief and security guarantees. If it is not able to do this at the moment, publicly endorsing the inter-Korean dialogue may be the best way forward. Maybe also a dialogue between Tokyo and Pyongyang on the abduction issue. In other words, let the U.S. allies take the lead for the moment. The most that we can hope for from North Korea in return to secure some dismantling of Yongbyon. If we are not willing to roll back the sanctions of 2016 and 2017, don't expect North Korea to pull out of all of its assets out of Yongbyon. The goal should be to freeze the North Korean program. No testing, no proliferation, and no provocations. And in this way, North Korea would retain a nuclear program for legitimacy purposes, but not yet a fully developed one that can threaten the United States. Unburdened by unrealistic expectations for the near-term progress on denuclearization, the Biden administration could open a range of broad engagement avenues with North Korea and South Korea. And also resist the impulse to beat up on North Korea on the issue of human rights. This only shuts off communication and tightens Pyongyang's grip on its nuclear program. Progress on human rights comes about as part of an organic process tied to North Korean economic development and the sprouting of civil society inside that country. It cannot be forced from the outside, nor if we're ever to foster change inside North Korea. And finally, ultimately, U.S. strategy toward North Korea needs to shift from a zero-sum game on the peninsula to a wider regional strategy that helps strengthen the U.S. footprint in the region. Thank you.
Director Ken Gauss. Very interesting presentation, also including comparison between the previous Trump administration and the new Biden administration. I expect a lot of interesting and debate from our panels. Okay, next, let's go to Vipin Narang from MIT. Can you start, Vipin? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, let's go, please.
All right. Good to see everybody. Thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to commend the conference organizers for picking an impeccably timed day to do the conference. The day after Kim Jong-un tested ballistic missiles for the first time in over a year. And it's interesting. I think it's worth talking about sort of some of the motivations for this particular test, what it might have been, and what it means for the Biden administration and for South Korea going forward with North Korea, and why now. And I think the nature of this test is quite important. So you had over the weekend sort of a very quiet short-range cruise missile test that was unannounced by either South Korea or the United States media until several days after the test. And then the next day, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, Kim Jong-un wasn't present for this test, tests a new short-range ballistic missile, which it seems like an upgraded variant of the solid fuel KN-23, which is a very, very capable and frankly scary missile if I'm South Korea, because it's solid fuel and it can do in-flight maneuvers and poses significant challenges to missile defenses. And the big takeaway, I think for me at least, is the announcement that this new system can carry a 2.5-ton warhead. Kim Jong-un promised in his New Year's Day address that North Korea would continue to work on tactical nuclear systems. One way to develop tactical nuclear weapon systems is to continue to work to make your nuclear warheads lighter and more compact so they can fit on short-range ballistic missiles that carry 500-kilogram or half-ton payloads. The other way is to design your short-range ballistic missiles to carry 2.5-ton warheads. So you can use your existing nuclear warheads on short-range tactical ballistic missiles. These missiles are fast, they fly low, and they pose a significant threat, I think, both to South Korea and the United States and the region at large. And they have a very significant nuclear component because of the size of the payload. And so Kim Jong-un and North Korea test these missiles now for the first time in over a year, partly because this is what maturing nuclear weapons powers do. They test their systems as they improve them. Also, I think as a response to joint American and South Korean exercises, but also as a sort of reminder after laying low because of COVID, because of the presidential election, that Kim Jong-un still has nuclear weapons. He never promised to give them up. He's still expanding and improving that missile force. And whatever hope the Biden administration might have had to defer North Korea in its foreign policy priorities and focus on China or Afghanistan may be accelerated by Kim Jong-un's testing sequence and cycle. So this is a moment where the Biden administration, has to sort of accelerate its focus on North Korea as it's conducting the review. A lot of my comments, I think, agree and dovetail nicely with Ken's. I start with essentially three assumptions about North Korea's nuclear weapons program. And this latest test of this upgraded KN-23 is just the latest reminder of some of the validity of some of the assumptions. So first, Kim Jong-un is not going to unilaterally and voluntarily surrender his nuclear weapons. When we talk about denuclearization, North Korea has made it clear, and the United States is largely accepted by using the term denuclearization and not disarmament, that North Korea is not going to voluntarily surrender his nuclear weapons now that he has them. In fact, historically, only one state has ever relinquished its nuclear weapons program voluntarily after acquiring nuclear weapons and developing them, and that's South Africa. And the parallels between North Korea and South Africa are quite poor. The factors that led to South Africa relinquishing its nuclear weapons program don't exist presently in North Korea. It doesn't mean that they will never exist, but so long as Kim Jong-un is in power, or the Kim dynasty is in power, and most successor regimes, after the experience with Libya and Gaddafi, it is unlikely that North Korea is going to voluntarily relinquish its nuclear weapons. So that's assumption number one. Assumption number two is that eliminating North Korea's nuclear weapons program by force is essentially impossible at this point, without risking nuclear use in the region or against the United States. We simply don't know how many nuclear weapons North Korea has, where they might be, that we can get them all, that missile defenses might be able to pick up any residuals. And it's an exceptionally sporting proposition, despite what John Bolton may continue to write, to try to disarm North Korea by force before Kim Jong-un or North Korea could fire a nuclear weapon at in the region or against the United States and cause irreparable damage. The third assumption, and I think this is an important point that Ken made, is that despite all of this, Kim Jong-un would prefer sanctions relief. Sanctions relief is not something that Kim Jong-un, or sanctions are not something that Kim Jong-un wants to necessarily live with indefinitely and permanently, despite what China and Russia may be doing to take the air out of the maximum pressure campaign. And Kim Jong-un's objective, North Korea's objective, is to be essentially accepted de facto, if not de jure, as a nuclear weapons power, like India and Pakistan before it, with sanctions removed and with essentially the freedom to engage its regional neighbors and the broader world with nuclear weapons and with a missile force intact. And so that gives a range of possibilities as the Biden administration approaches this problem. Unlike the North Korea of 2016, when now President Biden was Vice President Biden, North Korea indisputably has a thermonuclear ICBM capability that can hold the US homeland at risk. And the testing sprint that North Korea undertook in 2017 and has continued to improve and expand upon since then, during the Trump administration, forces the United States to shift its paradigm from counterproliferation, stopping North Korea from developing the bomb, to reducing the risks of a North Korea with the bomb. And so the sort of mindset shift is from disarmament to risk reduction. And I think this is a helpful framework to think about how the Biden administration may hopefully approach the North Korea problem. I think the paradox of the Trump administration was that a lot of the optimism that was generated by the leadership meeting at Singapore and Hanoi eroded when the Trump administration, President Trump and John Bolton, but also Secretary Pompeo, continued to insist that North Korea had agreed to denuclearization of the DPRK as agreed to by Chairman Kim at Singapore, which is something Kim Jong-un never did. And this was seen as the United States continuing to insist on unilateral disarmament. It is unfortunate, in my view, that the Biden administration has sometimes used this formulation, denuclearization of North Korea, as opposed to the formulation used in all joint statements between South Korea and North Korea and the United States and North Korea, which is denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, which implies obligations on both sides, not necessarily that the United States would relinquish its nuclear weapons or that the United States would break the alliance with South Korea, but that it is a bilateral or trilateral process where the United States would make some concessions to North Korea in exchange for denuclearization steps that reduce the risks from North Korea's growing nuclear weapons and missile program. The key point is that the formulation chosen, denuclearization of North Korea or denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, is not the end point in a negotiation. It is the starting point. The key to using the formulation that North Korea has agreed to, denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, is to get North Korea to pick up the phone and meet you at the table. Not the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is actually the realistic or likely endpoint of the negotiation. One of the other, I think, unfortunate features of the Trump administration strategy, which I think became, somewhat apparent at Hanoi, although there's some ambiguity as to who held a stronger line at Hanoi. I think both Kim Jong-un and President Trump showed up at Hanoi expecting and demanding maximal concessions from the other side. But from the United States side, the insistence that North Korea not only close Yongbyon, the plutonium production, tritium production, reprocessing facility, and uranium enrichment at Yongbyon, but also the undeclared facilities and the ballistic missile production facilities and the chemical or biological weapons facilities in North Korea was a non-starter for Kim Jong-un at the outset. And so the Biden administration has an opportunity, instead of the Trump administration's all or nothing approach, to focus on a stepwise in tandem approach, which works towards certain objectives in sequence. One, and most importantly, initially, slow the growth of the program down. At its current pace, North Korea's nuclear and missile program is essentially unconstrained and continues to grow, improve, and expand every day that passes without a deal. Once you slow the program down, you can focus on achieving caps on particular capabilities, fissile material production, development of specific types of nuclear weapons, ICBMs. But slowing the growth of the program down in exchange for some sort of sanctions relief builds confidence in the negotiating and diplomatic process and sets up the conditions for seeking potentially caps on the program. Once you cap certain capabilities, you can talk about reversing certain capabilities, reducing the number of potential ICBMs or nuclear warheads in the inventory. At the end of the road, rhetorically, one can maintain complete disarmament as a potential end goal, knowing realistically that slowing, capping, and reversing the direction of the program at least achieves meaningful security objectives in the region. The key to a risk reduction approach is reducing the chance of a conflict between North and South Korea, between the United States and North Korea, and reducing the chance that a nuclear weapon might be used either inadvertently or advertently in anger in the event of a conflict. It also attempts to reduce the risk that North Korea tries to sell nuclear or ballistic missile technology to adversaries or other countries in the system for hard cash. There have been known contacts between North Korea and potential proliferators concerned, such as Syria, Burma, Pakistan, and reducing the risk of vertical proliferation. So the size of North Korea's force internally, in addition to the risks of horizontal proliferation, achieves meaningful security objectives. So the Biden administration, as it undertakes its review, I hope, and I have no particular insight into what the Biden administration will conclude, cannot de jure accept North Korea's nuclear weapons program. But it does not mean that it cannot negotiate with a nuclear North Korea, potentially coexist with a nuclear North Korea, and work to reduce the risks that come out of a nuclear North Korea. And the challenge forward is working with our partners, South Korea and Japan, to present a unified front against Kim Jong-un and North Korea. I'm not optimistic that China will be of much assistance with the North Korean nuclear challenge. China still prefers a nuclear North Korea as a buffer against the Western alliance to North Korea that is desperate with its back up against the wall. But as the Biden administration approaches the North Korea challenge, shifting from sort of the disarmament paradigm to the risk reduction paradigm gives it an opportunity, I think, to get diplomatic negotiations underway. And I think President Biden today in his press conference struck exactly the right note, which is he noted that the KN-23 variant test was a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 1718, and that the United States would work with its partners, South Korea and Japan, to respond if North Korea continues to escalate its testing sequence. But it also keeps the door open to negotiations with denuclearization as an endpoint. And denuclearization has the virtue of meaning anything to and everything to both parties. And the virtue of the phrase denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is that it allows both parties to initiate negotiations as a starting point for negotiations. It does not have to be the end point. And so as the Biden administration approaches its review, I'm cautiously optimistic that there will be a focus sort of on the risk reduction paradigm, that there are meaningful objectives, security objectives to be had by slowing the growth of the program, capping the program, reversing the program in tandem and in exchange for a step-by-step sort of sanctions relief, which can be, of course, snapped back if North Korea cheats, violates its commitments, which it has, of course, done repeatedly in the past. But I think Kim Jong-un, now that he's a nuclear weapons power, can negotiate with confidence. I think it is worth noting that unlike the presidential transitions in the past, Kim Jong-un did not greet President Biden with a major provocation between November and January. Each test in the past week has been calibrated. They have been they have been sort of reminders that North Korea's nuclear and missile program still exists. It is still improving, but they were not ICBM tests. They were not submarine-launched ballistic missile. They weren't Pukasong tests. And so Kim Jong-un is also leaving the room open and the door open for negotiations. And hopefully, both sides which have an interest in sort of striking a risk reduction deal, don't allow domestic politics or emotion or sort of the hangover of the failed policies of past administrations to prevent them from continuing to push on diplomatic doors. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to comments and discussion. And I thank you very much for your time and for having me today.
Thank you, Vipin. I think Vipin talked about very practical approach or pragmatic approach to North Korean nuclear issue. Also, I think we expect a lot of discussions about your point of views. All right. Thank you for both of your very interesting presentations. Let's move on discussions. We have 5 discussants on here our program. Let me introduce briefly the discussant. Professor Seo Jung-gun from Kyunghee University and Professor Kim Tae-hyung from Sungsil University. Also, we have Professor Mason Ritchie from Korean University of Foreign Languages. And also we have Dr. Woo Jung-yeom from Sejong Institute. And finally, we have Professor Jo Dong-jun from Seoul National University, but he will participate here by online, so he's not here. Okay, you can discuss either Ken or Bipin or both, right, about the topics as you prepare. Okay, each of you, I ask you about less than 7 minutes your discussions, right? Okay, please, Professor Seo Jung-gun, can you start?
Okay, thanks a lot, Professor and President Lee. I'm Seo Jung-gun at the University of North Carolina. I used to be there at the Kyunghee University in Seoul, Korea, and I'm very grateful to KIAS and President Jeon Jae-sung for having invited me to this great panel. Even though I'm not an IR scholar, I'm studying American politics and foreign policy, but I'm a proud member of KIS. So given the limited time given to me, I would like to first up say that I totally agree with Ken and Vipin's points about time for new changes, new approaches, and wholesale and pragmatic sort of path-breaking fresh eyes in terms of dealing with North Korea. As we all remember, we have tested much different kinds of waters before. Like we have experienced strategic patience of the Obama time, or we have experienced the maximum pressure of the Trump time. But But as Ken has nicely said, those U.S. foreign policies have been largely reactive, but not active, not to mention any follow-up strategies or any systematic approaches. So we have failed almost all of those previous administrations' approaches to North Korea. So I totally believe that it's time for kind of new and wholesale changes in how to respond to North Korea. Don't get me wrong, I'm condemning North Korea 100% for the security threat posed to the Korean Peninsula. But my position is always the same, that we need to solve the problem. That's a life or death, literally speaking, problem to us living on the Korean Peninsula. So on top of what Ken and Vipin suggested about why we need new changes, new approaches to North Korea, I would like to add a couple of more reasons why. The first up has to do with the nature of the U.S. and North Korea relationship. I believe there is a small debate between Robert Jervis and Jim Furon, even though it's not direct kind of back and forth debate between them, but it was a debate between those prestigious IR scholars through the newspapers. Robert Jervis is saying that U.S.-North Korea problem is a security dilemma. Jim Furon said, no, it's a typical anarchy problem in international relations. And I would rather side with Jim Furon on that regard because there has been no real track records between the two countries. There has been no trust built between the two countries. So I believe that there is not only Ronald Reagan's version of trust but verify, but I believe there is North Korean version of trust but verify toward a U.S. strategy regarding North Korea. And related to that sort of argument, I think it has a huge implication, which means that the so-called big deal approach is not going to work between the two countries. Big deal approach, as tested by the former administration, particularly by John Bolton, could sound, particularly to North Korea, that, oh, we will not give up anything until you give up everything. So we have to sometimes put ourselves in North Korea's shoes in order to solve the problem of North Korea and its nuclear programs. And the second reason for new approaches needed is the fact that we all know. We have to pursue two very challenging and dilemma situations and goals. One is we have to keep pursuing denuclearization of North Korea. But at the same time, we have to avoid any military conflicts on the Korean Peninsula or in South Korea. South Korea is similar with the state of Indiana in terms of the size. So, like I said before, it's not necessarily I'm enthusiastic about the peace processes, but my argument or my belief is that there is no alternative to peace processes or phased approaches. And I have only 2 minutes left. Just quickly, I would like to also say something about not only what to do, but also how to do it. So as an Americanist, I would like to challenge some conventional wisdom, as Ken suggested and Vipin implied as well. Is it still unpalatable for the Biden administration, the Democratic administration, to make upfront concessions to North Korea to entice North Korea to serious negotiations? My reading, my understanding, my studying is that the so-called security gap between the two parties, Republicans and Democrats, in the context of American domestic politics, like the Democrats are being soft on North Korea, Democrats are soft on national security. Those security gap in domestic politics of America has somewhat dwindled, somewhat kind of narrowed down ever since George W. Bush's failure in the Iraq War, ever since Obama's killing of Osama bin Laden in 2012. and even ever since the Trump administration trying to sit with Chairman Kim on the international stage. So I believe the perception in the American domestic politics among American public might be, well, Kim Jong-un is not that crazy guy. Kim Jong-un is someone we can talk to. So that's the kind of my reading of American domestic context that might provide some kind of leverage for the Biden administration. And the second domestic component of American politics related to North Korea is that I believe North Korea seems to have very sort of zero to little domestic constituency. That's a kind of two-sided story, of course. But compared to Iran or compared to China, I think the Biden administration could use a huge kind of policy leverage, given the fact that domestically North Korea is a kind of safe kind of territory to touch, or the kind of the policy area that Biden administration can spend his political capital during the first early stages of the administration, as Vipin has suggested. So I don't know, maybe in the second round of discussions, maybe I can add some kind of pessimistic realities as well. But finally, just very quickly, let me share my wild dream. When you go back to the American political history of normalizations with former adversaries, there seems to be some kind of commonalities. Jimmy Carter in 1979 with China after 1949. Bill Clinton in 1995 with Vietnam after 1975. Or Barack Obama in 2015 with Cuba after 1960. The commonalities are here is that Democratic president after the midterm, plus some kind of historic years. So I'm eyeing toward the 2023 as a sort of a long-term strategy, like Democratic president after the midterm, and the 70-year adversary. Ken is laughing now, but this is my wild dream to share, but who knows? So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sir. So President Biden should be re-elected after 4 years, right? To Korean Peninsula to be denuclearized. Anyway, thank you. Let's go next discussant, Professor Kim Tae-hyung. Please start.
Yeah, hi, my name is Tae-hyung Kim from Sungsil University in Seoul, Korea. I'm greatly honored to be here. I've been working with the KAIS for quite some time, and it's been a while that I actually participated in this wonderful discussion. And I'm also honored to be listening to great insights from the experts of the United States. If I briefly explain about my background, that I've been working on nuclear aspect, especially on the Indo-China conflict. Actually, I wrote a book on Indo-China conflict, focusing on a nuclear dimension, nuclear development and nuclear deterrence strategy, how it evolved, and the force posture and things like that. So I think my questions and comments will concentrate on Professor Narang. So I agree with both of you that we need to be very prudent to pursue the North Korean problem step by step, and the pragmatic and realistic approach. I agree with both of you. But the considering what we have regarding North Korea's nuclear status and the continuing tension around the Korean Peninsula, the top priority should be maintaining regional stability. And if something happens, even if something happens, we should prevent the crisis escalating out of control. So that said, I'd like to pay my attention to the South Asia. I mean, India, Pakistan have been fighting for quite some time. And the most recent conflict occurred in February of 2019 after the terrorist attack. And the Modi administration responded by intentionally escalating, by airstriking not just the Pakistan-administered Kashmir, but Pakistani territory itself. And the Pakistan responded accordingly. So there was a considerable concern that this might be the escalation of the conflict between the two nuclear powers. But quite fortunately, it didn't really escalate to the very dangerous level. And after the exchange of the shutdown, the pilot to, he returned to India, it calmed down. And both sides, both India and Pakistan, claimed the victory. But the problem was that this incident might have given wrong lessons to both countries. That even if we cross the red line set by the other side, we were okay. There was no dangerous level of escalation, and so the wrong lesson they might have gotten from this incident is that in the future, if something happens again, then we'll do the same thing. We'll escalate, but still we'll be okay. Escalation control will be easy. So I read some of the reports and the seminars, analyzing this incident, and it was kind of worrisome. So back to the Korean Peninsula, if we look at what we've been doing, South Korea and the United States have been doing to respond possible North Korean provocation, nuclear provocation, there is some comparable worrisome trend in here, especially in the South Korean side. It's completely understandable that we've been trying to build robust deterrence capability against possible North Korean provocation, namely the three pillars, the kill chain and KAMD and KMPR. But all three of them, understandably, it's understandable that why and how South Korea has been doing, but all these three have contained somewhat dangerous postures because many of these are questionably, technologically questionable, and also in response to the possible North Korean provocation, it could damage crisis stability significantly. Because if North Korea knows what we are going to do, then North Korea would respond, making it even more dangerous. So in both South Asia and the Korean Peninsula, the trend has been moving toward somewhat dangerous level. If some kind of crisis happens, it could move to the dangerous level. So what I'm considering the most important thing is how to make sure preventing escalation getting out of control, and how to balance between establishing from deterrence capability and preventing crisis instability. That's my big concern. And another short question to Professor Narang is that you wrote recently about the possible contents that would be included in the new NPR, new Nuclear Posture Review, and you argued for the sole purpose. What should be the sole purpose of what should be included in the NPR? The sole purpose of the U.S. nuclear arsenal is to deter nuclear attack from adversaries, right? But I agree with you. I agree with you that they emphasize the the role of nuclear weapons in the United States. At the same time, it can reassure the allies that we are still committing to extended deterrence. But still, many in East Asia, like South Korea and Japan, still concerned. That's not enough. That's not assuring enough. That sole purpose statement is not assuring enough. So what would be your answer to or your reassuring statement about their worry? That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kim Tae-hyung. Okay. Let's move on. Professor Mason Ritchie.
Is my microphone on? Oh, you don't have to touch it. Okay. Okay, great. So first of all, thanks to President Chun Jae-sung and Professor Wang Ji-wan for inviting me to be a discussant on this excellent panel. Oh, I guess I can take off my mask now. We're allowed to do that when we talk. I just want to thank, obviously, Kais for inviting me to this excellent event. Thanks to the other panelists, and of course to our two speakers from the United States. I will do something that I almost never do, which is I will keep myself under my time limit, and I will work very hard at it. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to, more than making any comments, I'm just going to ask a few questions, I think. And I think I can learn something, and hopefully that will also spark some discussion, which might go around the virtual table as much as it's just ping-ponging back off of our two distinguished presenters today. To start off with one brief observation, I think one thing that comes out of the conversation today is that the crux of the matter in some ways with respect to the ball of strategic mess that the US and North Korea find themselves involved in is sanctions and nuclear weapons. And effectively, the US wants sanctions in order to convince North Korea to come to the table. And when they do so with leverage, North Korea wants to hold out against those sanctions until essentially the United States and the rest of the international community that's involved in sanctions simply gives up and says, de facto or in some other way, this isn't working anymore. And so let's somehow, come to the table and negotiate in a way that's massively favorable to North Korea. Obviously, neither side wants that. There doesn't seem to be an overlap on the spectrum of outcomes that allows that to really take place, and no one's really figured that out yet. The second thing, I guess I want to start then briefly discussing Ken Gauss's presentation. The two things that I think I take away from that are really, I think, extremely important, and I'm certainly glad that he mentioned them, are in the first place, the discussion of domestic political constraints in the U.S. Too often we get a bird's eye international affairs view of things, and we don't pay attention to simply the domestic political constraints that aren't merely those of perception, but also bureaucratic imperatives within the Defense Department and the State Department and Treasury and the National Security Council, and there are different strands within the bureaucratic universe or the interagency universe, and I think we don't pay enough attention to those in international relations. And then the second thing, which is also very important and something that I think all too often we're guilty of, is not taking North Korea's perspective into account. Perhaps the Moon administration is the exception in that regard. My fear, however, is that Ken Gauss's, I want to say, policy proposal seems to focus on small steps and concessions that I just don't think Kim is interested in. And a lot of these small steps and small things that we do in order to get the ball rolling, Kim, whether they come from South Korea or from the US, I just don't think that Kim and his regime are interested in those things. And it's not entirely the quote-unquote fault of Trump for starting with this big hit approach and symmetry and leader level talks. he opened up a door is one way to look at it, and you can say, all right, maybe that's a door that we should go through again. You can also call it a Pandora's box. It sort of depends on your perspective. But I think, Kim's not interested in a lot of those small things, and we see that all the time here on the peninsula when, South Korea, offers something positive to North Korea, which is immediately slapped down as being insufficient. So to get to my questions then, first one, do you think that the Biden administration really has fresh eyes? You said that there's a possibility for having that. Do you think that that's really the case? Is there evidence of that? With respect to the North Korea policy review, have there been any from your meetings that you might be willing to talk about? Potential leaks in terms of what the policy review might end up showing to us, and do any of those potential strands of the policy review that might have leaked out, do they indicate that there is in fact a fresh approach? You also mentioned both in your written comments and very briefly in your spoken comments today a discussion of internal changes in North Korea. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, and notably, how you're thinking that an effort to try to make to foster some internal changes in North Korea doesn't undercut some of the other elements of a potential strategy with North Korea. And then thirdly, directly for Ken Gauss again, I have a question about policy process. I remember reading this thing, I don't know, like a year ago or 2 years ago or something. Somebody wrote this sort of satirical piece of what happens when a government agency asks a think tanker to come to a meeting, and the think tanker gets all excited. It's like, all right, I'm going to get to meet the assistant secretary or the undersecretary, or maybe if I'm lucky, the actual secretary is going to be there, and like, wow, I'm going to get to lay out my brilliant 10-point plan for ABC issue. And then, eventually what happens is it all gets turned around, and the think tank ends up being sort of downloaded, receiving a download from the administration about whatever it is that they want to go forward. And the idea is that, the tables have been flipped, and in fact, the think tank ends up, broadcasting the message that the government more or less already decided on. And I guess my question that comes out of that is, do you think that in terms of uploading new ideas into the administration that are coming out of think tanks in Washington, do you think that there's much purchase there, or is this going to fall into the sort of similar way that think tanks and government tend to interact? And then for Professor Narang, thanks for the technical update. I actually hadn't had a chance to take a look at that, so I didn't even know about the 2.5 warhead thing. I haven't had a chance to check my news this morning. I note that if I remember correctly, the Hyunmoo has a 2-ton warhead, so it's sort of like Kim Jong-un said, I can do you one better. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I'm sure there are operational reasons for that, as you pointed out, but that's kind of interesting. I just want to ask three questions about your assumptions. And so the first one is you say that there's a constrained nuclear force is preferable to an unconstrained nuclear force. Surely that's true, but why is it superior to a strategy of pressure or patience that attempts to coordinate a possible denuclearization in the future? Or if I can put it differently, why is cutting losses now better than continuing to try to engineer a more ideal outcome in the future? Or to put it yet another way, is what you're arguing for likely to be there in the future? So is there a rush to try to stop some of this, to freeze some of this stuff now? And how much higher would the floor be on this future unconstrained arsenal in 2 years, 4 years, or 5 years, when you might say, okay, now we're ready to cut our losses? Looking then at assumptions 3 and 4, they seem to imply something about North Korea's nuclear posture and doctrine. You say eliminating them by force risks nuclear use against South Korea, Japan, and the U.S. And then 4, Kim Jong-un would nevertheless like sanctions relief because he has some excess capabilities. That seems to imply both of those, something about some knowledge that we have about North Korea's nuclear doctrine and posture. Can you discuss that a little bit more? And to put it just a sort of provocative question from my perspective, what is an excess nuclear capability? Like, I can imagine that North Korea's answer to that is, we have no excess capability. It's all great. We don't want to get rid of any of it. And then I have a last question, or 2 last questions, one of which is for both of you, but the first one is for Professor Narang. We tend in these types of discussions to talk about policy-related issues, and we tend to kind of take the theoretical world and download it into the policy world. What about going the opposite direction? What of the empirical policy-related stuff that we've talked about today, or in general, when we think about North Korea's nuclear weapons, can be imported, either supporting or challenging, back into the theoretical world of understanding nuclear proliferation and strategy? And then my last question for both of you, you've both talked about risk reduction in some way. So does risk reduction necessarily imply engagement involving a freeze? So I'm done now. I think I was 7 minutes. So.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mason Ritchie. I believe your questions and comments were delivered to both presenters. Let's move on. Dr. Woo Jung-yeom, Sejong Institute. Please start.
Thank you very much, Professor Chun and Professor Lee, for having me today for this important event. And it's great to see you again, Ken and Vipin, though it's online. Good to see you. For today's subject, I think that one of the important elements that we discussed is Biden administration's review process of its North Korea policy. And it will discuss the small things like whether the new Biden administration is going to have special representative for North Korea policy within the State Department, or there's going to be some different form of a special envoy within NSC or State Department, or they are not going to have any kind of like special position for North Korean policy because there's nothing going on between two countries. And more bigger issue in the North Korean policy review is basically how much United States and international community is going to pay for North Korea's like nuclear program and nuclear weapons. How much U.S. should pay, how much U.S. can pay, and how much like U.S. is willing to pay for the progress toward denuclearization, and how much they can offer to North Korea. In 2019, around this time of the year, where we still can travel, I attended a conference at Stanford University after the collapse of Hanoi meeting, that there was discussion whether it was missing opportunity for the United States or it's a missing opportunity for North Korea. So some US participants argue that since Yongbyon is about 80% of North Korea's nuclear program, it's not a big loss for Trump to offer sanctions relief that is demanded by North Korea. And there's discussion among participants. And one question that I raised is then, if Yongbyon is 80% of North Korea's nuclear program, then what's the rest of 20%? What's included in the rest of 20%? So I suggest, since 80% deal is too difficult, let's go to the 20% deal. What's included in 20% and 20% sanctions relief? The problem is to set the price for the North Korea's nuclear program. We should know what they have. But the problem is that North Korea has not been willing to negotiate in any comprehensive deal yet. So what they want is like action for action without committing itself toward the complete denuclearization. But as President Biden a few hours ago mentioned, that US is still focusing on the end result of the denuclearization. So maybe what Biden administration is thinking now is incremental implementation of comprehensive denuclearization deal. So which, as both Ken and Vipin mentioned, that it's difficult, it's hard, it's very difficult for North Korea to accept any negotiation on that thing. So the problem now is whether United States is going to lower the bar. But the problem now is whether that is politically beneficial for Biden administration or it's that urgent for Biden administration. And second issue that I want to discuss is very recently, including Secretary Blinken, that they used the term the denuclearization of DPRK instead of the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, which causes some controversy in Korea and overseas. So I believe that in 2000, September 19 joint statement, we used the term the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, but it also explicitly mentions that what each party should do to achieve the complete denuclearization of North Korea. So I think from Biden administration point of view, both United States and South Korea implemented what they should do in joint statement of September 19 in 2005, which basically affirms that there's no nuclear weapons in Korean Peninsula, no intention to redeploy nuclear weapons back to South Korean territory. But it is North Korea that didn't abide by the agreement made by September 15 in 2005. So by using the term, the denuclearization of DPRK, Biden administration probably think that they have to go from that point. Who should do what? So it's going to be then really difficult if Biden administration demand North Korea to agree on the final stage of the denuclearization, then it's going to be the incremental implementation of a comprehensive package, then North Korea probably would not be interested in that negotiation. So in the North Korean policy review, I believe that the Biden administration is thinking of how much bargaining power that Biden administrations have compared to Trump administration and the Obama administration. And another dilemma that Biden administration has is President Biden refused to have any summit level meeting with Kim Jong-un. But the problem is that then who can talk about the denuclearization issue with the United States? So ultimately, it's going to be Kim Jong-un who can negotiate on the terms of the denuclearization. But now, unless Kim Jong-un is so confident that he's going to get something that he can talk his people, he's not going to come to the negotiation with President Biden. So now that's another difficulties that the U.S. Is facing. And we discussed that Kim Jong-un come up with the abandoning Yongbyon in exchange for the sanctions relief in Hanoi. But my recent talk with someone who's really familiar with the negotiation in 2018 and 2019, the Yongbyon deal was proposed by Kim Jong-un in Singapore. And Trump rejected it right away. And about 8 months later, Kim Jong-un proposed the same thing, no changes at all. So I think that fact also was discussed during the North Korean policy review of Biden administration, and that is Biden administration is not going to positively perceive that fact. And I have one question each for both Ken and Vipin. And Ken mentioned that since it's going to be really difficult and maybe the limitation of the political capital of the Biden administration, one low-hanging fruit for Biden administration is endorsing inter-Korean dialogue. But as Mason just mentioned, that North Korea has refused to engage with South Korea because they say that South Korea is only focusing on non-essential matters, which means that North Korea wants to get some important progress in sanctions relief. So Ken, when you say that Biden administration should consider the endorsing the inter-Korean dialogue, does that include any relief on the like sanctions or like special treatment on the sanctions so inter-Korean dialogue can like make a progress? And Vipin, you mentioned that it's going to be like incremental deal that is realistic, like slowing down, capping, and reversing. I believe that it's going to take quite time. JCPOA took more than 2 years. So now our government, we are going to have presidential election in March next year, and we are going to have major parties presidential candidate in the fall. So South Korean government political time schedule is very much different from the like schedule that you just suggested. So can there be any political consultation between Korea and the US, and maybe South Korean government wanted to expedite the process? So to expedite the process, what can be done from the US side? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Woo Jung-yeom. Finally, we have Professor Jo Dong-jun, Seoul National University. Professor Jo, where are you?
In my office. Unfortunately, I have to teach in the afternoon, so
Your
I have
office
to
is
stay
in
here.
Waikiki, Hawaii?
No, in my office.
Okay, thank you for joining us here. Okay, you have 7 minutes. Please start.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and thank the organizer of this event. And I'd like to thank for to presenters candid assessment on North Korea's nuclear issue. So to save time, let me ask two small questions to Professor Naram first. So North Korea has been pursuing tactical nuclear weapons. I'm afraid the presence of the North Korea's tactical nuclear weapons would have more destabilizing effect than strategic weapons. So here is my first small question. How does your posture optimization theory explain North Korea's strong interest to seek tactical nuclear weapons? So second question, what impact do you expect North Korea's tactical nuclear weapons would bring upon North Korea's nuclear posture? And also, I have a question to Dr. Gauss. This question follows Dr. Woo Jung-yeom's question. So United States gave publicly negative security assurance to North Korea several times, and to Korea's has gotten even non-aggression pact. South Korea and United States tentatively stopped joint nuclear drills. So there have been so many trials to reduce North Korea's security threat. So except for the termination of joint military drill and inter-Korean talk and negative security assurance, what measures would North Korea perceive as a sign of security threat reduction? And more specifically, what measures would the Biden administration would give to North Korea to reduce North Korea's security threat? Thank you.
That's it. Thank you for saving time, Professor Jo. Thank you. All right, okay. We had 2 presentations and 5 discussions. Interesting questions were also raised. Before going back to presenters, let me ask any questions or comment from floor. Okay, All right, then before we go to presenters, let me add your burden a little bit, okay? Director Ken Gauss, you said the Obama administration's wait-and-see approach did not work very well. So-called strategic patience did not work. And also you said Trump administration's top-down approach has not been followed by any concrete policies. In other words, it didn't work either, right? So my question will be, what should be the proper approach to the North Korean nuclear issue under Biden administration in your point of view? And also, Professor Bipin Narang, you said North Korea would not denuclearize unilaterally, nor voluntarily, right? And also you said North Korea could not be denuclearized by force, right? Then also my question, what should be done toward the North Korean nuclear issue? Also, we have to be attentive to those conditions between North Korea and United States. There is almost no confidence between each other. Also, I think between North Korea and the United States, a huge power asymmetry. The diplomatic negotiations will go smoothly between these, two countries under these conditions of no confidence, almost no confidence at all, and very big, power asymmetry between two countries. Okay, let's go back to first, Director Ken Gauss first. Responses, raise the questions and comment, and then we'll move on Professor Bipin Narang. All right, Director Ken Gauss, can you respond, please?
Okay. Actually, use the sound here. In terms of Professor Mason's excellent questions, I think that he asked whether the Biden administration has fresh eyes. My own opinion is no. I think that there's some debate going on inside the Biden administration between the need for a more nuanced policy with some bold initiatives, but probably a more prevalent kind of status quo policy. That's why I don't really expect to see much of anything, because as I said in my speech, it's very politically very difficult inside the U.S. body politic to do what is necessary in order to get North Korea to the negotiating table, especially early on in the Biden administration. Given the dynamics within the Congress right now, I think that's going to be very difficult. So I would actually be frankly very surprised if we see anything other than window dressing in terms of changes when it comes to the new North Korea strategy coming out of the Biden administration. Professor Mason asked about any the policy review insights and what the think tanks may contribute to that. Frankly, I've been kind of surprised. Well, not really surprised, but this administration has not really reached out to the think tank world in the way that we have seen previous administrations. Part of that could be because of COVID and things like that. It just makes it very logistically very difficult. But I have been involved in policy discussions, at think tank and kind of the worker level within the new administrations in the past, both Republican and Democrat, where think tanks would have some input into that discussion. I don't see it as much here. Maybe it's because a lot of the people obviously in the Biden administration have recently spent a lot of time in the think tank, so they're carrying that information already in there. Maybe it's because of COVID. Maybe I'm just not being invited to those things because they know that what I'm going to talk about is going to be very difficult for them to do anyway. So probably not a good idea to invite me anyway to that discussion. Let's see. Risk reduction can it only mean a freeze? I think the freeze is the easiest way to get to risk reduction. Because if you basically tell North Korea that it cannot conduct provocations, cannot proliferate, and cannot test, basically you have their the nuclear program in a box. I think we can live with it in a box of where it is right now if they're not doing those things, which I think reduces the level of tension. The question is, what are you going to have to put on the table in order to get them to do that? Now, you were talking about my small steps. Well, when I'm talking about, the U.S. backing South Korea in the inter-Korean dialogue, I'm not talking about humanitarian aid or things like that. I am talking about major projects between the two countries that basically, and this is basically the way you've got to do it, money has got to go into the pockets of the North Korean elite. They have got to be able to get a cut of the pie. If they don't get a cut of the pie, they aren't interested in engaging South Korea. So you're going to have to make it worth their while. How you do that, whether you reinvigorate, Mount Kumgan, something like that, it's got to be something significant enough where the North Koreans see a future in it. Handing them out, COVID aid or humanitarian aid or, things like that, for the North Koreans, that's peanuts. They're not interested in it. And that is not enough to get them to come to the table. So how much is the U.S. willing to pay for the North Korean nuclear program? Well, do you want it? How much of it do you want? And you're going to probably have to pay a significant price. That probably means you're going to have to roll back the 2016 and 2017 sanctions, at least as a beginning. Remember, the North Koreans right now are using the nuclear program as the source of legitimacy for the regime and the supreme leader. You have got to wean them off of that legitimacy toward the economy. So whatever you do has got to be significant enough that over time you, one, build trust, and two, give Kim something that he can hang his hat on in terms of legitimacy in order to start slicing away at that nuclear program. And so it's not going to be quick, even if you offered up all the sanctions relief today. Probably the North Koreans are going to drag their feet. So you're going to have to be willing to probably deal with that. In terms of an incremental process, I think that's absolutely right. You're going to have to build up trust, and that can only come through an incremental process. And North Korea is not going to want to give up a lot of stuff in the beginning. So they're going to want to get some stuff. They give a little bit of stuff, but not irreversible. And hopefully we can slowly slice it away that way. What security guarantees, what does North Korea need? We make a lot out of in terms of security guarantees. At the end of the day, I think the North Koreans know we're not going to attack them. I think the sanctions relief is the primary driver into getting into negotiations with the North Koreans. On the back end, yes, you're going to have some security guarantees, but that's going to be built up with trust over time. Just by telling them that, hey, we're never going to attack you. The North Koreans are not going to believe that necessarily. And so, you're going to have to build up that trust over time. So I see that as a back end of the negotiating process. The moderator said that Obama strategy didn't work, Trump strategy did not work. What strategy will work? I would say the Trump strategy and the Obama strategy were about the same thing. They were about strategic patience, maybe a little bit more maximum pressure on the Trump side. You need to be able to give some carrots on the front side and back away from some of this pressure in order to get North Korea invested in the process. The idea is to get them invested in the process so that you begin to have leverage over North Korea. Right now, we have absolutely no leverage over North Korea. You build up that leverage, then you can start to ask for things that you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kang House. Thank you for your answers. All right, Professor BP Narang, can you start, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all the questions. I won't get to all of them because there were quite a few. So let me try and answer as many as I can, sort of, at the 30,000-foot level. The United States had spent a quarter century trying to prevent North Korea from developing and acquiring nuclear weapons. It failed. And now the challenge is, how do you manage a new nuclear weapons power? That's sort of, to get to Mason's excellent question, what does theory tell us, and the historical record tell us about how we manage new nuclear weapons powers? There's only been several cases of this, adversarial to the United States and the Western alliance. China is really the best example. Neither the United States nor the Soviet Union wanted China to get nuclear weapons in 1964. It did, and then it grudgingly sort of accepted and then legally recognized China as a nuclear weapons power with the NPT. And China's acquisition of nuclear weapons reoriented American non-proliferation policy for other states, but China became accommodated into the nuclear regime. Eventually, North Korea, so long as Kim maintains power, or there isn't massive domestic political upheaval in North Korea, is going to retain a nuclear weapons capability. The only state that has given up its nuclear weapons, as I noted, voluntarily, was South Africa. And that was due to massive regime upheaval. And it's possible that North Korea eventually evinces some of the same sort of variables that South Africa did when it relinquished nuclear weapons. It's not there today. And the cases of Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, which inherited Soviet nuclear weapons and then surrendered them back, really don't apply to an indigenous nuclear weapons program. So I think the theoretical question is, how have we managed new nuclear weapons powers in the past? And how can we manage sort of North Korea's emergence as a nuclear weapons power? North Korea and Kim Jong-un don't want to deal with sort of this nuclear question. Now that it's out of the barn, they have nuclear weapons indefinitely. And I also think U.S. policy at some point can't continue to focus on disarming North Korea when it already has a credible nuclear weapons capability, right? North Korea needs to move on, and frankly, we need to move on, right? And this may affect how we approach other states. I think sort of the disappointing lesson of the quarter-century North Korea saga is that we're rerunning the same movie with Iran right now in the United States. And I think, the sort of the sequencing problems that torpedoed the agreed framework in 1994, we're sort of seeing the same sort of domestic political and sequencing problems stymie the U.S. and Iran from getting back to the JCPOA today also. And I think, we're going to rerun the same movie, I think, with Iran if we don't get back to the JCPOA relatively quickly, and that window is closing. So the question is, how do we best manage the fact that North Korea grudgingly managed, fine, whatever you have to tell yourself politically, to move on. How do you manage a nuclear North Korea? And, I think this is why the emphasis that both Ken and I and others like Ankit Panda, my longtime friend and co-author, James Acton, George Perkovich, Gene Lee, Eric Brewer, they have an article in Foreign Affairs Today about essentially this concept of risk reduction, right? How do you reduce the chance that a nuclear weapon is used? How do you reduce the chance that it is sold or exported? And how do you reduce the chance of conflict? And, this is a broad paradigm. I think a lot of the specifics are to be worked out. But once the mindset shift has occurred between disarmament to management and risk reduction, then I think their meaningful objectives can be made. So that's number one. Number two is this issue of North Korean nuclear strategy. And this gets a little bit more into the specifics. So, you know, again, when we think about theory, North Korea's security challenges, it faces a conventionally superior Western alliance on its border, right? South Korea and the United States. And this whole idea of, you know, tactical or battlefield nuclear weapons and the asymmetric nuclear strategy, as I term it, is to threaten first use against sort of the threat of a conventional invasion or an actual conventional invasion, to slow it down and then use the ICBMs in reserve to deter nuclear retaliation. This is a straight out of NATO playbook, straight out of the Pakistani and French playbook. It is sort of a tried and tested nuclear strategy. So one avenue to push on is, you know, this is where I think it was Mason pointed out. We have to also think about North Korea. Maybe North Korea is not interested in talking about capping any of the capabilities that it has not yet achieved, that it needs to fill out this strategy, right? I think North Korea wants to maintain a minimum capability to be able to hold at risk and stymie the conventional invasion. It needs to be able to hit certain targets in the region. It needs to be able to hit Guam, and it probably needs to retain a capability to hit the United States. Does it need the liquid fuel missiles once it has solid fuel missiles? Probably not. When I talk about excess capabilities, I'm talking about sort of the first generation capabilities that North Korea develops in order to buy the insurance, but then develops better systems like solid fuel systems. And then you can talk about doing what other states have done, which is sort of relinquish the liquid fuel capabilities because you have the solid fuel capabilities to replace them. But at the end of the day, North Korea has sort of envisioned a nuclear strategy. And the KN-23 variant we saw today was part and parcel of that strategy. It is essentially a short-range, nuclear-capable, solid-fuel missile that is very, very capable and, frankly, scary if I'm, you know, South Korean or, you know, in the region, because it is designed to evade missile defenses. And now, if it can carry a 2.5-ton warhead, that lays to, you know, it lays to rest any doubts that it's nuclear capable, because, you know, if North Korea can't design a 2.5-ton nuclear warhead at this point, then, you know, it's unlikely that they wouldn't be able to do that. So, you know, these systems, especially at the shorter range, North Korea may still be developing, and it may still want a solid fuel ICBM. So when we talk about the question about the timeline came up, it's possible that North Korea is really not interested in rolling back or capping its nuclear capabilities, especially its missile capabilities at the moment. And it may not work with the timeline for the South Korean domestic political calendar. But there's a world in which maybe North Korea says, I have enough fissile material. I have enough fissile material for sort of the number of warheads I need, and I don't really need that many warheads. That becomes a management challenge too. So it's worth, I think, pushing on what doors North Korea is willing to sort of give up if it's willing to slow down fissile material production. Not even stop fissile material production, but if you shutter Yongbyon, you starve the program of its only known source of plutonium and tritium. And that really shapes the future composition of the force if they're pushed entirely into uranium. And so if that's something North Korea is willing to put on the table, that's absolutely a door we should push on. And that would have a meaningful sort of reduction and slowdown and shape the future composition of the force in ways that reduces risk. So there are doors, I think, that can be pushed on to slow the growth of the program before talking about caps, freezes, and reversals. And so, you know, I think that there is there is an envisioned strategy that North Korea has. It's not an irrational strategy. It's one that NATO has adopted. It's one that Pakistan has adopted. And it's really designed to deter a superior conventional power and defeat that conventional power if necessary, holding at risk assets in the region and then holding the ICBMs in reserve, using ambiguity, deception, numbers, and survivability through relatively cheap means to do so. And, you know, I think that's sort of where North Korea is at. And, you know, it's worth pushing on what doors it's willing to open, but it may be the case that it hasn't fully filled out its strategy, so it may not be willing to put much on the table. But we won't know that unless we get them to the table. There was this question about sole purpose that I want to address, because I think this will end up, being potentially a debating point in the Biden administration's nuclear posture review. And I think as Professor Kim pointed out, Ankit Panda and I wrote this recent article in War on the Rocks. It's freely available online to anybody who wants to read it, that interrogates sort of the sole purpose formulations. And our basic objective in this article was to note and try to convince readers that most sole purpose formulations, and in theory, sole purpose is distinct from no first use. There's often a conflation that sole purpose is the same thing as a no first use declaration. It is not. A no first use declaration is an explicit employment constraint that the United States will not use nuclear weapons first under any circumstance. And you can litigate what first use means, and there's whether it's preemption, whether preemption is allowed, but primarily no first use is an employment constraint. Sole purpose is a philosophical statement about why the United States possesses nuclear weapons. And if the United States possesses nuclear weapons to deter nuclear attacks against the United States or its allies, it does not prevent the United States from necessarily using nuclear weapons first if it's in the service of deterring nuclear use against the United States or its allies. There are other formulations that are broader. For example, the sole purpose of U.S. nuclear weapons is to deter nuclear attacks or other existential attacks, maybe chemical or biological, or maybe cyber against the U.S. or its allies. So a lot turns on the formulation, but the basic, I think, reassurance point is that the allies should not believe, and I think should not argue, that a sole purpose formulation is necessarily the same thing as no first use. There are some that get pretty close. I mean, I think President Biden, when he was vice president, used the formulation, the sole purpose is to deter and, if necessary, retaliate against nuclear attacks against the U.S. or its allies. And that comes much closer, I think, to no first use, a no first use declaration than other sole purpose formulations. But the basic, I think, thrust of that article was to try to convince, especially allied capitals, that a sole purpose formulation or declaration is not the same thing as no first use. There's no reason to freak out if sole purpose does come down the pipeline. It is a narrower, I think, formulation of calculated ambiguity. It leaves open enough daylight for potential first use in extreme and existential circumstances. And that's the way I think it should be litigated on its own terms, not because of this sort of conflation with no first use. So I'll stop there, and I think we may have time for further questions or comments, and look forward to it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bipin Narang. Your point, less production paradigm, less production as it could be a meaningful objective, or it could be a practical goal. However, the less production would be very hard for Korean people, majority of Korean people, to accept, especially the conservative point of view. They are not going to accept the goal of less production. Right. Okay. Anyway, among our discussants, if you have any further comment or questions to the presenters' responses, please. All right, Professor Mason-Rich.
Okay, just a few small, well, I guess sort of two observations and then maybe one question. I mean, I think that Director Gauss began to get to this a little bit, or maybe between the lines actually quite substantially, but without saying it as directly as I'm going to. But one of the fundamental problems is that the United States is politically broken. And I don't think we talk enough about that in these fora, to be honest with you. And I heard, I just heard Professor Narang say these wonderful things which sound utterly plausible to me and with which I'm largely in agreement and seem very reasonable and moving forward, you know, cutting your losses and, you know, doing the best you can with the situation that you're in. And I just think to myself, you know, that's a wonderful definition you gave us of excess capabilities. So, for instance, giving away, you know, the first generation weapon systems, you know, the liquid fueled and that type of thing. And I'm just in my head when I hear you say that, I'm like, yeah, okay, that seems reasonable. Like, what price do we have to pay for that? And then I think to myself, can you imagine the headlines on Fox News or on National Review? I mean, you know, the JCPOA was a pretty good deal, and it just got absolutely slaughtered by the conservative press. Can you imagine the headline on Fox News? You know, Joe Biden pays gazillions of dollars to North Korea for obsolete systems. Meanwhile, they hang on to their, you know, solid fuel systems. I mean, the U.S. is so politically broken right now that, you know, even great ideas, even brilliant ideas, just don't seem like they have the chance of seeing the light of day. And you know, I hate to be so pessimistic, but like that's the fundamental problem, at least on the U.S. side of the equation, when we talk about what a strategy might look like vis-a-vis North Korea. I can compare that, by the way, to something, I mean, it's not perhaps as acute here, maybe it is, it sort of depends, I guess, but, you know, Moon Jae-in isn't going to be in office forever, right? He has T-minus 1 year and X days. And for those of you in the U.S. who haven't been paying attention to the land scandals and all the things that are going on here, it's not like the progressive government is doing particularly well at the moment. They're suffering badly in the polls. And you know, there's no guarantee that you're going to see a progressive government come in next year. And that's going to change the equation too, because you know, what the Moon Jae-in administration is interested in is going to be vastly different than, you know, what a conservative administration would be interested in here in Korea. So if the strategy that the Biden administration comes up with even seems plausible at the, you know, U.S. domestically as well as in South Korea, you know, in a year and X days, it might all of a sudden not seem very plausible anymore. And I just throw that out as a second monkey wrench in the story. Then I have one question, I guess, for Professor Narang again. You know, as we're seeing North Korea's arsenal, nuclear weapons arsenal, become more sophisticated, how does that impact their ability to manage their nuclear weapons? My friend Dan Pinkston refers to the shift here as in North Korea in terms of the nuclear arsenal, you know, away from a mom and pop shop and into something, you know, more sophisticated, particularly with respect to something like command and control. So like as their arsenal becomes more sophisticated, like how does that play into the way that their command and control has to stay current with the actual, you know, systems capabilities? And as a sort of, you know, bank shot off of that, what does that do to you know, U.S. military strategy vis-a-vis the North Korean arsenal and in particular deterrence? How does that affect the U.S.'s deterrence of North Korea?
All right, thank you, Professor Mason Ritchie. Professor Seo Jung-gun.
Just quickly, I think one of the main questions we have dealt with during today's panel is the question about whether Biden has fresh eyes. And I'm very interested in that question because I'm studying American foreign policy and American politics. And I totally agree with Ken because if I'm looking at President Biden himself, I'm very, very pessimistic. I watched him delivering his first ever press conference today in the Eastern Time, and in response to North Korea question, he was kind of almost reading the script. Maybe he was kind of, sounded like he was looking for kind of UN Security Council number 1718. But in any case, I mean, he even did not enjoy the follow-up question by the reporter. I mean, he's kind of very short answer, oh, yes. So, I mean, if you look at Biden himself, I mean, it's kind of pessimism still here. But if you look at his advisors and even his party coalitions, I think there is some kind of changing kind of environment there. And in addition to that, I truly understand and be empathetic with Biden. If Biden has too much on the plate for now. During his first year, he has, the COVID relief package and immigration, gun debate, infrastructure. So if he is waking up tomorrow morning and he is talking about North Korea, then he might turn out to be a kind of out-of-touch president for the American public. So that's kind of truly understandable. But I guess that's why, one of the reasons why, ironically speaking, the Biden administration should provide some sort of comprehensive plan so that the ball should be in North Korea's court, or the ball should remain in North Korea's court for the time being. So I guess maybe this is my wishful thinking, but I hope that this time should be different from the past. Like in the past, the North Korea provocations and U.S. response, and then the problem of sequencing and commitment, that's what we have seen before. That's the kind of movie we have seen many, many, many times. So this time, I really hope that the Biden administration should offer some fresh look and fresh eyes.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. During your discussion, Professor Seojung-gun, you raised a very interesting statistical conclusion, right? I hope that statistical conclusion would realize in the coming years. Still, I think we have about 3 minutes left. Either direct Ken Gauss or Professor Bipin, if you have anything left to talk, I will give you 1 minute. Any of you? Yeah.
Okay. One question that I missed was about North Korean internal politics or changes that I mentioned. There's a lot going on inside North Korea right now around the supreme leader in terms of how authority is being managed within the regime. Accountability is being raised within the regime. A lot of this is to start to set the environment for North Korea to eventually engage somewhere down the way. Authority is being pushed down the chain of command, especially within the economic organs. And even though they're having to rely more on centralized planning now because of the self-sufficiency strategy that they have going on in this period of COVID, I think they do want to move toward being a more normalized state at some point. What that means in its entirety, they're still going to be an authoritarian / totalitarian state, but I think it will be somewhat different. And I think that they will be looking for economic expertise, as well as I said, economic resources coming into the country. We have an opportunity to take advantage of that if we can get off of this obsession about denuclearization on the front end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ken Gauss. Professor Bipin Narang, do you have any talks left?
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
I think Mason's point is really important, and I should probably close all my optimism from. I'm not a particularly optimistic person in general, but what I am pessimistic about is U.S. politics, and especially, when it comes to our ability to credibly commit international negotiations, because we can no longer essentially ratify treaties. The composition of the Senate makes it impossible for the president to be able to submit a treaty to the Senate and have it ratified. And that is a structural problem. And we saw the consequences of, and that the bill came due when the Trump administration ripped up the JCPOA. The JCPOA was an executive agreement. Any agreement with North Korea would have to be an executive agreement. And it is not unreasonable for Iran today or North Korea tomorrow to wonder how credible American commitments are when they can be ripped up in the next administration. And this is a very real problem. I think that this is, this this makes the negotiating space very difficult because the counterparty, Iran or North Korea, has to hedge against that possibility and increase its demands or build in safeguards to protect against future U.S. abrogation of those commitments. And so I'm not optimistic, actually, that that there's going to be a long-term solution in the Biden administration. There may be short-term solutions, but even those short-term solutions, as Mason rightly pointed out, can mobilize Fox News, and in a world in which Fox News is increasingly slightly right of center, because the really right of center is these online media news companies that spin conspiracy theories. It's going to be difficult for a Biden administration to take that incoming fire, quite literally. So after what I thought was generally optimistic for me, that is a very real source of pessimism in the United States. Or in terms of how an international negotiation would unfold and how credible it would be. So on that pessimistic note, thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bipin Narang. Well, about 4 years ago, when Trump administration just launched in Washington, D.C., we had similar discussions at the time. And most of participants at the time, we were very enthusiastic and we were very optimistic about the denuclearization of Korean Peninsula. And when Trump and Kim Jong-un, when they agreed to something in Singapore, we were very, optimistic because I think they agreed very important goals, complete denuclearization of Korean Peninsula and diplomatic normalization between two countries and a permanent peace regime on the Korean Peninsula and improvement of inter-Korean relations. They agreed on very important final goals for the peace on the Korean Peninsula. So at the time, I was very optimistic, and my enthusiasm, I thought my enthusiasm will come true very soon. But still, as both of you presented very well today, nothing has been followed. So I decided I am not going to be optimistic anymore. However, I am not going to be pessimistic either, right? Let's wait and see what's going to happen in the future. Thank you so much for both presenters. I think we are expecting lunch now, but you have to go to bed now, right? Thank you so much, both presenters from United States, and also thank you very much for our excellent discussion. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Thank you so much. This was the first panel, and we will have 1 hour luncheon break, and then we will come back to 1 p.m. Korea time for the second panel. The second panel will start at 1 p.m. Thank you. See you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 국제정치학회 회의를 시작하게 되었는데 오늘 국제학술회의의 주제는 2021 북한 문제 및 남북관계 국제학술회의입니다. 먼저 오늘 회의는 그 철저한 방역 수칙과 그에 따른 안전 조치를 충분히 취하면서 진행되고 있다는 말씀 드리고요. 회의 진행하도록 하겠습니다. We have two presenters from abroad. Can you hear me very clearly?
Yes.
Presenters from, yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah. So let us begin the panel 2. Welcome to the panel 2, which is entitled "The Future of the Korean Peace Process and the Regional Security Situation." For this panel, we have two presenters from abroad, one from China, one from Australia. The first presenter on this panel is Dr. Li Nan, a senior research fellow of the Institute of American Studies at Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And the second presenter is Thomas Wilkins, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Sydney. At the same time, he also serves as a senior fellow at the Japan Institute for International Affairs. The panel 2 is entitled "The Future of the Korean Peace Process and the Regional Security Situation." And our first presenter, Dr. Li Nan, will give us a presentation about China's strategy toward the North Korean nuclear issue and the future of the China-North Korea relations, which is a very hot topic these days. So I think his presentation will touch upon the very crucial and interesting points. And our second presenter, Thomas Wilkins, will give us a presentation about the Indo-Pacific. The subtitle of his presentation is "Concept and Regional Strategic Dynamics on the Korean Peninsula." Also, his presentation is going to raise many interesting issues given that the US-China strategic competition has unfolded at the regional level as well. So I'm very much looking forward to listening to both presentations. Why don't we start start with the first presenter, Dr. Li Nan. I would like to ask each of the presenters to deliver your presentation maximum 20 minutes so that our discussants will have enough time to discuss your presentations. And also, I hope to expect we have some audience on the floor. They will actively participate in the discussion later in this panel. So, Dr. Li Nan, why don't you start your presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. And I'd like to appreciate Professor Huang and Cass for having me here and join the excellent discussion with current situation in Korean Peninsula. And I have learned a lot from the seminar in the morning and clearing my mind on the Biden administration on Korean Peninsula policy. So I have to say I really miss Seoul, and before the coronavirus, I go to both Korea very often, but right now, 1 year and I have been now to Korean Peninsula for a while, so I really miss both Korea and especially Seoul. And now I like to talk about the China policy toward DPRK, North Korea, and looking forward to hearing your comment and opinion. And firstly, I like to talk about China's strategic interest on Korea. And I think China's strategic interests in Korean Peninsula are to maintain amicable relationship with both Korea and ensure a stable and nuclear-free peninsula. So the DPRK is China's neighbor, and the two countries have had long-standing relationship. And over the years, China has given strong political support and economy assistance to DPRK, and contributed to the political stability and economic development of the DPRK, as reiterated in all China DPRK summit since 2018. So China also supports DPRK effort to integrate into the international community and improve and eventually normalize relationship with the United States, Japan, European Union, among the others. Also, China is a member of NPT and fully support and abides by the NPT regime. China seriously concerned about DPRK nuclear program and does not wish for another nuclear state to emerge in neighboring country. And also China concerned the DPRK program, nuclear program might encourage Japan or other countries in the region to develop their own program. So nuclear proliferation and advanced missile capability in East Asia goes against China's security interest. And besides maintaining the UN sanction against DPRK, China continues to favor a step-by-step double-track process to advance denuclearization and a peaceful resolution of hostilities on Korean Peninsula. Additionally, China believes the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula will not happen in the short term, so China supports the multilateral approaches to address this issue. From China's view, pressure on DPRK should not be the only approach. Flexible concession and the full mutual implementation of agreement should be more important. In the long run, China also encourages DPRK to focus on economic development. To achieve this, China will increase the economic assistance and cultural exchange, such as training the official and students about the market economy and introducing China experience on reform and open policy. So also I'd like to talk about the China's views on the U.S. DPRK talk. So if a comprehensive agreement appears unlikely, so an interim deal can be reached by the United States and the DPRK. And ideally, the DPRK could promise to freeze its nuclear weapon and not to conduct ICBM test and stop the development of the medium and long-range missile. So the United States, on the other hand, from China's perspective, could partially lift economic sanction and or reversible sanction imposed on in DPRK, while at the same time promise not to import high-tech offensive weapons into ROK. The next step of negotiations would be carried out on the basis of effective implementation of such initial agreement. Only by adhering to a step-by-step approach can the United States and the DPRK accumulate trust. If denuclearization is not a realistic goal in the short term, the parties should maintain an amicable atmosphere conducive to talk. The UN sanction on DPRK encourage the promotion of relations between the two Korea and encourage engaging in dialogue regarding environmental, humanitarian, and healthcare assistance with DPRK. So finally, multilateral approach should be also restarted. However, those multilateral approaches should not just be repetition of the 60-party talks. First, the participation of the DPRK is required. And second, during the multilateral dialogue, the DPRK's concerns should be considered, avoiding the untoward behavior of many parties versus one party. And third, the role of the third party, like China, ROK, Russia, and Japan, should be emphasized and should be stressed, but they just do focus on this nuclear issue. So the unrelated issue should not be part of this talk. And this, I think this is China's thinking on the US DPRK talk in future on denuclearization. And the next, I want to talk about the DPRK strategic thinking on China. So I used to go to North Korea, and so this is my views, personal view on the DPRK, the views on China. So right now, DPRK has defied the international community on its nuclear program despite diplomatic and economic pressure. Many stress China's ties with DPRK and believe that the question of whether China is willing to use leverage on DPRK is the key to the solution of Korean nuclear issue. However, the DPRK does not view its relationship with China as highly as many would think. And second, the China's role in DPRK strategic planning is not significant enough to change its behavior. Therefore, it is argued asking China to use this leverage on DPRK would not solve the Korean nuclear issue. On the contrary, the more China put pressure on DPRK, the more likely the latter would resist. Due to China's history in Korea, so North Korean leader have been wary of China's influence in this country. So survival is a priority for any government, and without survival, anything else is meaningless. Before DPRK developed advanced nuclear capability, it needs China balance against the US, and the DPRK need to maintain reasonably good relationship with rising China. And so a lot of Korean in our case here say China is North Korea is China's buffer zone, but in China a lot of people believe so right now China is North Korea's buffer zone. And so, however, DPRK's need for China does not mean that China can use leverage to direct DPRK's behavior. So the reason is that firstly, DPRK needs China to counterbalance the US threat in its global level strategy, not to have China help the US undermine its own security. And also, from North Korean perspective, China's role, especially China's vote in the UN for economic sanction, has proved to Chinese North Korean. So China is not a reliable partner. So additionally, China's and Russia's unreliability would further motivate the DPRK to accelerate the development of nuclear program. And also the leaders in North Korea still resist the Chinese political influence. And although China's assistance indeed could improve North Korea, DPRK economy and regime stability, it's not viewed by DPRK leader as a leverage that China can use to order DPRK around. And to many policymakers, sanction is still preferred solution, partially because it's low cost of implementation and partially because they distrust the DPRK. However, history shows that the sanction rarely change the target state's behavior. To a society like DPRK that has already been closed and cut off from the international market, the long-term impact of sanction would be even more limited. So it is nearly impossible for DPRK to give up nuclear weapon at this stage due to its concerns of US threat. So additionally, the sanctions have been used by DPRK propaganda to show to those DPRK, the people in DPRK, the Western aggression against DPRK, and blame the social problem on the West, so especially the US. So in other words, the sanction can be used by DPRK, the government, to strengthen their legitimacy as being the protector of the country and further control society for security reasons. So even we can see very clear during the coronavirus pandemic, so North Korea government closed the border, and so the states control the society very strictly, and they publish the law and strict on the society. And we can see this crisis make this regime more be supported by the people. And so the current approach of imposing sanction on DPRK is unlikely to succeed from Chinese perspective and also from North Korean perspective. So the greater threat DPRK encounter, or the more isolated it is, the more it needs China in short run to balance against the threat. But the more DPRK becomes a warrior of China's influence. And also the third part, I like to talk about the common ground of DPRK and China right now. And I list three roles, the common ground of DPRK and China relationship. The firstly is China, the traditional friendship. And so DPRK and China have developed a very close tie during the early 20th century. And so in March 2018, when Kim Jong-un paid an official visit to China, so he was warmly received by the Chinese President Xi Jinping, and the two leaders held very candidate-friendly talk, stressing the need to inherit and carry forward the tradition China-DPRK friendship. So since that time, every time you can see the China-DPRK official statement, they put the traditional friendship in the very strong word. And but I think it's very symbolic and showing we have a more cooperative space in future. So the second role, I would like to say the strategic partnership. That is, I think, very important. And if we read the official statement released by both governments, they said, given the sophisticated geopolitical environment in Northeast Asia, the historical traditional Beijing-Pyongyang bonds and their realistic political and economic tie have been a focus of widespread attention and have affected the way other forces assess the regional situation. So despite the trial and hardship, the basic element of friendly China-DPRK ties are solid and unshakable. So we can see from that part, the China and the US, China and DPRK facing the same challenge right now, and they want to more be cooperative, and so they want to strategic coordination on how to solve this challenge and facing this challenge. That is really important right now for China and DPRK. It doesn't mean China and DPRK will go back to the alliance during the Korean War, because we don't want to take this burden. If there's alliance, from Chinese perspective, they will take a burden. We have a responsibility, and either North Korea, they don't want to take also the alliance burden. But if we say the strategic partnership, if the Chinese threat is going up, so we can go in more strategic cooperation. And if the threat is going down, so maybe we can have a flexible policy adjustment. So this is a strategic partnership. And the third, I say, the emotional ideological partnership. And North Korea and China always emphasized on the socialism on their own way. You know, China say the socialism with Chinese characteristic, and North Koreans say the socialism in their own way, 武力系. So that's why the ideological very common. And also right now, North Korea, China has the emotional support. So like since 2020, when Obama Trump administration harshly criticized on China. And so it is DPRK who, in the official statements, criticize Americans' criticism on Hong Kong issue and the Xinjiang issue. So currently, North Korean representative in UN criticize the Western policy toward Xinjiang in the UN Human Rights Council. So you can see this emotional support very impressed Chinese people. So I think the emotional tie is really important for us. And lastly, I talk about briefly talk about the uncertainty of China and DPRK. And first one, definitely denuclearization. And as I said, the denuclearization of Korean Peninsula is still a top issue agenda for China's policy toward Korean Peninsula. So showing in future, probably this is still a gap between China and DPRK. So China still will push DPRK to denuclearize themselves in the right time, and when U.S. move forward and get rid of those policy against DPRK, and China still will push DPRK to have a more denuclearization policy for themselves. And also, I think from DPRK's perspective, they're still very concerned about China-U.S. relationship. Right now, they think China-U.S. relationship is getting worse. So North Korea is really good at to get the advantage between the conflict among the great powers. So now they think this is this chance. But if China and the U.S. can have the serious and actual cooperation on the nuclear issue, and so I still think China and the U.S. have a lot of common ground on the Korean Peninsula. And so if we can have the serious actual cooperation, then the China-DPRK relationship will be going some different way, I think. And as I said, on the strategic thinking, North Korean strategic thinking in China. So this is probably uncertain for our relationship. So I will stop here and look forward to hearing comments and opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. I also would like to thank you for finishing up your presentation in time. During your short but insightful presentation, you raised many interesting points. I think he gave us a very brief but insightful assessment of the current situation, mainly from the Chinese perspective. I think in particularly, when we talk about North Korea-related issues, it is highly important for us to build a consensus about where we are, and then we can start a discussion from now, from that place. So in that regard, Dr. Lee's precise assessment about the current situation from the Chinese perspective is going to be very helpful for the later discussion. And secondly, he also provided us with a very sketch illustration of the China's strategic thinking toward the North Korea-related issues. I think he made it clear that the nuclear proliferation is not in the interest of all the countries in the region. I think that is the bottom line we can discuss about the North Korea-related issues. And also, I cannot agree with Dr. Lee Nan more when he says that the role of the third party is very important in dealing with the North Korea-related issues. So if time allows during the discussion session, I would like to take up this issue one more time, and then I would like to ask you specifically about the logical as well as the empirical foundation of the role of the third parties in dealing with the North Korean issues. So having said that, now I would like to move on to the second presenter, Thomas Wilkins. Dr. Wilkins, can you give us a presentation about 20 minutes?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the kind invitation to join you here in this CAPE webinar. Thank you to Ji Huan as well for organising everything. So I found Dr. Li Nan's presentation very, very interesting from the Chinese perspective, and I think I'll be giving you quite a different perspective here from the perhaps more anchored in the sort of the US allies and US alliance system approach here. But I think that's good to have both sides of the debate. Also, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of move away from the very, very tight peninsular focus and look at the Indo-Pacific concept in order to actually come back to the peninsula. So if you'll bear with me as I sort of go through this process, but many of the things I talk about are really refracted in the remarks that Professor Li Nan gave us. So there's three things I want to do within the time constraints I have. I want to just talk very briefly about what the Indo-Pacific concept is, because I think this really plays into the whole strategic dynamics of the region, including sort of the bigger picture in which the peninsula issue is situated. Then I want to just touch briefly on South Korean responses to the Indo-Pacific and how it sort of looks outwards towards the Indo-Pacific powers, particularly the US. I've done a little bit of work on this, but I will not testify to being an expert on this, especially since we have so many South Korean experts in the room. And then I'll look, as I said, come back and look at the impact on regional security dynamics and the Korean Peninsula security situation. So basically, this Indo-Pacific concept is a major new framing device for regional strategic discourse, potentially replacing the earlier Asia-Pacific descriptor. But there's a lot of lack of clarity on definitions, substance, implications of this concept. It raises all kinds of questions, questions appertaining to regionalism, strategic stability, regional architecture. It really encompasses everything. And perhaps most significantly, this Indo-Pacific concept has become a key driver for the regional strategies of what I would dub the Indo-Pacific powers, particularly the United States, Japan, Australia, India, and perhaps one or two others. But of course, the Indo-Pacific concept is not warmly received by all countries in the region. Some countries are on record as being hostile to this concept for their own perfectly valid reasons, and other countries are rather indifferent to it. They would rather it just went away. So what is the Indo-Pacific concept? Well, I think, I've done a lot of work on, and there's a huge sort of industry out there looking at understanding and making sense of this Indo-Pacific concept, both in a conceptual sense, but also in a policy application. But really, I think you can divide it up in three ways. Well, firstly, as the Indo-Pacific just being a regional descriptor. This is a new way to describe the region. It's a new map. It's a region that's always been there, but one that has become so important with the rise of economic dynamism in the region and the rise of strategic competition. Secondly, if it's not a neutral descriptor, as some of its advocates would attempt to convince other non-participatory states, maybe it's more of a mental map. Maybe it's more of a way, like a sort of a worldview or a strategic perspective on the region, like a geopolitical construct that can then be used to serve political purposes. And of course, those purposes won't be shared by all actors in the region. And each country, or at least those that adopt the concept, all have their own Indo-Pacific map. They all look slightly different. And I'll point these out in a second. The third aspect to this is that the Indo-Pacific has become associated with a strategy now, and this is where it becomes less neutral, less objective, and more freighted with policy implications. So, of course, Japan was actually the first one to coin this free and open Indo-Pacific vision in 2016, and the United States followed with its Indo-Pacific strategy report and its own free and open Indo-Pacific, from now on I'll say FOIP to save breath. ASEAN has its outlook on the Indo-Pacific, and Australia also has a more sort of ambiguous Indo-Pacific strategy. So what have been peninsular responses to this? So if we have a look at the ROK and see how it's responded to this sort of unveiling of this Indo-Pacific concept and the free and open Indo-Pacific and all those things that are associated with it, the Quad and so forth, I think we can see, you know, from my own reading and that I collaborated with my Korean research assistant in a recent article in Pacific Review. We looked at the discourse that was going on in South Korea, and we basically found that Seoul tends to be more keen on retaining the more neutral Asia-Pacific descriptor rather than this kind of controversial Indo-Pacific ploy that's been used by the US-aligned powers. I think Korea potentially sees the Indo-Pacific as maybe a divisive concept, drawing sort of battle lines in an arena between those that are involved in it and those aren't, and that it's unnecessarily provocative towards China. And what drives this perception is that obviously the proximity, strategic proximity, geographical proximity of the peninsula to China, to all of these flashpoints in East Asia, but also that Korea, like most countries in the region, has what I call an economic security disconnect. So this is that its economic incentives and imperatives are fully directed at China. Its prosperity is dependent upon China to a large degree, whereas it has these existing security commitments with the United States. And of course that, you know, is obviously a guarantee against North Korean aggression as well. But South Korea, you know, has sort of, you know, somewhat reticently been compelled to engage with the concept because of its alliance relationship with the United States. The United States says, this is a big thing, it's really important to us. What are you going to do to, you know, support this? What are you going to do to help us? And the fact that other middle powers like Australia and Japan have also, you know, really put this at the forefront of their official government discourses. So there are points of convergence between South Korea and the Indo-Pacific concept. The idea of sort of shared values, democracy, human rights, free trade, all this kind of thing. And also, you know, we've seen that South Korea has been very keen to harness its New Southern policy, or I think it's sort of slightly been modified recently, New Southern Policy Plus or something, with aspects of American Indo-Pacific strategy and the FOIP that share a focus on Southeast Asia as a pivotal region in this Indo-Pacific map. So really, South Korea has kind of tried to reinterpret or sort of conciliate with the United States, and is prepared to cooperate with countries like the United States, but also it particularly pointed out with middle powers such as Australia on issue-specific aspects of the Indo-Pacific construct. I think that the United States has applied a certain degree of pressure on its ally in Seoul to support the FOIP and the Indo-Pacific strategy, but that China has been, that South Korea has been quite reluctant to, you know, to be placed into a more confrontational stance, especially the American conception of the Indo-Pacific is quite confrontational, going back to Trump. And so South Korea has not had any expressed interest in the Quad, as far as I know. And then also, of course, you know, it brings in the question of the historical disputes that South Korea has with Japan. Japan was the originator of the FOIP. And so, you know, and a big champion of this concept. And so that's another reason that the ongoing historical issues, disputes with Japan have made Seoul somewhat lackluster in its enthusiasm for the Indo-Pacific concept and the FOIP and Quad policies that underlie it. So let's move on thirdly now to the impact on the regional security dynamics in the Korean Peninsula security more specifically. I mean, basically, the Indo-Pacific is a kind of a very large pan-regional strategy. It's not specifically directed at the Korean Peninsula security. And so it may, actually detract a little bit from that focus that is, in East Asia and Northeast Asia, and particularly for Seoul, but as also for Beijing. The whole expansion of the strategic landscape may sort of distract attention away from very specific peninsular issues. Especially given the sort of the heavy kind of China connotations about, or China-focused connotations of the Indo-Pacific idea. Nevertheless, I think the peninsula will remain this so-called unstable pivot point of Northeast Asia, to quote Kent Calder and Min Ye. It remains a major sub-regional focus for all of the Indo-Pacific actors. I mean, Japan, the United States, South Korea, China, all of these, right? But they all have their own perspectives on what they want to see come out of peninsula, a resolution of the peninsula nuclear security problem, whether they're more leaning towards sort of phased denuclearization, as we've pretty much heard from Dr. Li Nan, or whether or not, for example, like Japan wants the complete denuclearization of the peninsula, the CVID formula. Also, I think I was reading an interesting piece by Jagannath Panda, I think from IDSA in India, and he described the Korean Peninsula as a critical alliance frontier of the Indo-Pacific. That Indo-Pacific strategy of the United States puts a real premium on allies as part of its network security architecture, and that this is also a little bit of a test for the ROK-US alliance. And I'll come back to that in a second. But also, of course, under Trump, the United States has been more demanding of material support and contributions to the US alliance in order to retain its security guarantees. And yet they still, both Washington and Seoul, have some differences on military strategy towards the DPRK. And of course, as has been mentioned before, the PRC-DPRK alliance is also a factor in this equation. So it's a very, very kind of complex multi-level game that's being played here on a number of levels. And I think, this is where, my own remarks refract those of Dr. Li Nan. Certainly the United States may place increasing pressure or attempt to on Beijing to fix the DPRK denuclearization problem. And this may become a renewed issue in their ongoing rivalry. And this, of course, might place the ROK both with an enormous stake in East Asian security, but also as a US ally, put it in the middle and sort of catch it in the middle. The US, Japan, Australia also continue to pressure the DPRK over proliferation and offshore transfers and everything. And they also express their desire for China to do more to assist with this sanction busting process. And so, how much the United States is able to, put forward, a constructive North Korea policy that actually delivers results, unlike the kind of the fancy showboat summits of Trump, which literally achieved nothing, if anything were negative, at least in terms of US outcomes. But this is also a litmus test for US credibility in the wider Indo-Pacific region as well. And then, of course, lastly, again, this is always the challenge of going second. That Li Nan has mentioned a lot of interesting things that I would have raised myself, but he's already put them on the table. But of course, there's the nuclear proliferation issue. I mean, DPRK nukes affect the regional strategic balance and equation, and this, of course, may lead to what everybody fears, which is this kind of cascading regional nuclearization, whether it be Japan, South Korea, or so forth. So let me just wrap up my remarks here and summarize what I think the key takeaways are. So the first thing is that this Indo-Pacific concept is potentially divisive. It very much starts to harden the sort of the competitive battle lines, if you like, of the free and open Indo-Pacific, the FOIP versus the BRI, as sort of demarcating spheres of influence and competing for regional states' adherence. And maybe portend, so, people have talked about this new Cold War, and the Indo-Pacific is becoming this new cockpit for regional rivalry and strategic competition. Certainly this is throughout Australian documents, as it is with many others. And middle powers like South Korea, are potentially, as this, I'm not sure, I've been told different things about using the phrase, the proverbial shrimp among whales, whether or not that's sort of acceptable to use or not, but just to, invoke that, with the caveats attached to it, that, the ROK really doesn't want to get caught in the middle. In fact, none of these middle powers, especially ASEAN countries, want to be caught in the middle of this accelerating rivalry and strategic competition. And whatever happens, any shifts in the strategic balance will impact upon peninsular security. Secondly, it seems that South Korea, at least until the last time that I sort of looked at this a few months ago, is something of a reticent and passive adherent to the Indo-Pacific concept. It's not something that they really feel strongly about or really, really contributed to. In terms of the concept, the big discourse that's been going on about the concept in other regional capitals, or the US and allied FOIP strategies. And then very, very lastly, I think that DPR denuclearization, peninsular reunification is absolutely intrinsically linked to Indo-Pacific strategic dynamics. It's always been one of these regional flashpoints, along with some others like Taiwan Strait, Dokdo, and so forth, Jiaoyu Dao, as you would say in China, as well. And so it remains one of these pivotal sub-regions of this expanded Asia-Pacific map. So as I said, we broaden everything and we look at this greater map, only to narrow back in and see that this remains a pivotal issue when we return to it. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins, for your presentation. Your presentation very concise but very well thought out, touched upon various issues we can discuss later in the session. Actually, his presentation touched upon the various aspects of the Indo-Pacific, ranging from the concepts to the South Korea's responses to the Indo-Pacific, as well as its impact on the regional security dynamics and landscapes. So the issues taken up in his presentation is really, really comprehensive, and he basically touched upon all the important issues and questions related to the Indo-Pacific. I very much look forward to the lively and heated discussions from the discussant. Now I would like to briefly introduce discussants in this panel. I'm not sure whether the presenters can see. Oh, now you can see the discussants in this panel. On my left, I have Professor John Dallery of Yonsei University, and also on my to the left, I also have Professor Im Eun-jung from Gongju National University, and on my right, I have Dr. Kim Bo-mi from Institute of National Strategy Studies, and also Dr. Kim Sung-chul of Seoul National University will join us online later in this session. So why don't we start with John Dallery's discussion?
Should I take my mask off?
It's up to you. It's up to
you. Okay, I guess Okay, I will take off the mask. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Kais, to Ji-hwan and colleagues here, and Li Nan, it's great to see you from afar. Really enjoyed these papers or abstracts and presentations. And I'll just try to kick off our discussion here with some reflections, mostly to the topic that Linan addresses, but also maybe quick comment to Professor Wilkins as well, who presented very interesting broader reflections on the Indo-Pacific, because I guess one of the things I would like to hear us talk about and more from the presenters is we're using the word strategy a lot, but I think when it comes to North Korea, we're often not having a strategic conversation. We're not talking in the simple sense of how does the part fit with the whole. Instead, we really, and those of us in this room, we're so used to this North Korea conversation where we talk around the same things and we actually don't zoom out and look at it as a part of the whole, which is what strategic thinking is supposed to be about. So I think this is a good opportunity to do that. But let me start that by, for fun, challenging you, Professor Lee, a little bit. Although there were elements of this, I think, in your presentation, but my own view for some time of, I guess, my own understanding of PRC-DPRK relations, and you can correct me here, and this could represent some kind of wishful American thinking, but I've always been drawn to the tension in that relationship, to the stress points, and I feel your presentation, you certainly acknowledge those, but I'd like to hear more about how resilient you really think that relationship is, because on some of those same points where you stressed where there's common ground and common interest, let me just, again, challenge you a little bit where I see the tension points in that relationship. On security, and we'll see how the two countries celebrate the anniversary of the treaty alliance coming up in July, but it is quite remarkable that North Korea is China's only treaty ally, of course. But as Americans know all too well, and that's part of the Indo-Pacific problem, alliances are used also to control when they're asymmetrical, like China-North Korea relationship. They're used to control and constrain. For that, I would just go to Victor Cha's book on power play, where he explains how actually these alliances are both to protect non-communist states, but also hold them back. And I see a strong element, especially now, of that in terms of the China-North Korea alliance, and North Korea quite actively resisting that, quite aware of that dynamic, and really unhappy with it. So whereas you present North Korea is able to kind of lean on China for security, I'm much more skeptical of that. In terms of the shared ideology, the fact that they're both Communist Party countries, of course, Vietnam is the easy case of a Communist Party country that China invaded in the last time it sent troops out of its border. So, sharing ideology and a system is no guarantee of getting along. In terms of geography, the long border, as the case of India can be used to show, can be as much, a source of dispute and conflict as it is one of shared strategic interest in keeping that border stable. So I think, again, the geography and the way in which North Korea is cut off and has it keeps itself cut off because of hostile relations with Japan, hostile relations with South Korea, hostile relations with the United States. The geographical effect is North Korea is boxed in and pressed up against China in a way that I think actually makes it uncomfortable. And then the last one would be on the economic side. As we all know, China has come to completely dominate North Korea's external economic relations. I think we have to see after COVID, it will all depend on the diplomacy as well. But if I'm Kim Jong-un, I don't, imagining where over decades, right? As he imagines he has decades ahead of him, thinking about the future of my national economy, post-COVID, I want to somehow become less dependent, certainly not more or even maintain the level of dependency on China. So to me, these are all real pressure points in that relationship. And again, I'd love to hear more from you, Professor Lee, on if you think that's exaggerated, if you think it's compensated in other ways. Chair, I'm cognizant of time, so you can just start to cut me off. Okay. But I did want to shift a little bit over to the Professor Wilkins and the Indo-Pacific, and but also let me segue with one more question to you, Linan, which is again about strategy. I'm not sure you explained to us what is China's strategy when it comes to, say, North Korea, in the sense of the bigger picture of what is China trying to achieve in the region, and now as a global power, how does North Korea fit into that? You know, the most obvious pressing example is Sino-US relations, which are, of course, in a period of increasing acrimony, and that's likely to continue. That's at the center of strategic debate and national security discussion in the United States. North Korea is quite peripheral, but China is right at the center. Now, I assume in Beijing, China managing the United States is at the center of the strategic debate. Well, how is North Korea related to that? And these goals you've articulated of essentially wanting to have an amicable relationship, get along with North Korea, you termed it a strategic partnership, gradually getting toward denuclearization in a non-coercive way. How does that fit with U.S.-China relations, broader regional and global strategy? And then lastly, a question, and again, kind of a challenge, Professor Wilkins, to you. You focused, as I heard you, focused more on South Korea and South Korea's quite ambivalent relationship with even the concept of Indo-Pacific, which I think if we look at your wonderful map, you can also explain it just with the map. I mean, if you look at those circles, if you think about, you know, what did we say before Indo-Pacific? We called this Northeast Asia, and Korea's smack dab in the middle of Northeast Asia. You can't talk about Northeast Asia without the Korean Peninsula in the center. Otherwise, we had East Asia. Korea is still central to any discussion of East Asia. But when you talk about Indo-Pacific, Korea becomes marginalized. So I think even in a sort of geostrategic way, there, in addition to the 6 or 7 points, I think there's a lot of points why this concept doesn't really catch on very well in a Korean context. But lastly, again, I'd be curious to hear a little bit more of your thoughts about, and in the circles that you're in of developing the strategic ideas around the Indo-Pacific, which you know, I think this is the ultimate example of Australian soft power. Now the Americans are all calling it the Indo-Pacific as well. You know, I'm not sure I see a lot of thinking about the same challenge to Professor Lee. I don't see very interesting discussions about North Korea in the Indo-Pacific conversation. You know, it seems to focus on a lot of things, but not really generating new or clear concepts about North Korea. So am I missing that, or do you think that's a blind spot in the strategy? I'd be very curious to hear a little bit more about that. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Dallery. And now we have Professor Lee Moon-jung for her discussion.
Sure, thanks. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for including me to this wonderful panel. I really enjoyed the discussion. Let me just share my own observation first, and I'm going to give some quick questions to the two wonderful presenters. Number one is I truly appreciate this kind of mixture and a good balance between a bigger picture and a smaller picture, or more specific picture. But number one point I'd like to highlight about the bigger picture is how to deal with the so-called the China. I don't want to say the rise of China anymore, because China is already there. And how to deal with China, as of course, is an overarching theme for everyone. I'm not saying, you know, we are demonizing China. Rather, it's more about ontology, you know, simply because of the size, the scale, and the substance of its change, or the speed. So it's simply overwhelming, not only just to its neighbor, including, of course, South Korea and Japan, or even North Korea. So it's overwhelming. That's number one phenomena we see. And number two phenomena today we see is, again, this kind of new type of more, it's not an ideological competition. It's subtly different from the Cold War ideological competition, but still we do see, again, the rivalry surrounding the legitimacy issue. Again, the Kurt Campbell or many other those Biden people keep talking about this, again, the legitimacy. So it's more about, I think, I interpret this in this way, again, it's more about the regime type, which indicates that as long as it's about the regime type, which regime type can be more competitive in this era, especially with the pandemic-like situations. It is related to the identity issues too of many democratic countries. So that is why it's really difficult, even though we want to be pragmatic, even though we want to in a good position between somewhere, we here refer to the South Korea, but still is very difficult because we face these kind of big iceberg-like situations. So my understanding is, again, the so-called FOIP, free and open. I really enjoyed Professor Wilkins' that presentation, so-called free and open Indo-Pacific. I do see this as a part of this kind of bigger competition picture. And the thing is, the United States alone cannot achieve whatever. One point I can add is, again, not that many people are talking about the end state of this rivalry. I try to understand what basically or fundamentally today's US is trying to achieve after all this competition, but still even Washingtonians, they are policymakers, even they are vague with talking about that. But still whatever the end state of the competition is for, still the America alone cannot achieve the goal. That's the reality. Of course, number one reason is simply the Indo-Pacific region is too wide or too broad, too large. And number two is America is not the America we used to know, right? So as there are so many all this, domestic challenges, the other panelist this morning, he mentioned that, politically America is now broken. So, well, it's up to your own interpretation, but anyhow, today's US is not the US we used to know. So having said that, our panel is supposed to talk about the future of Korean peace process and the regional security situation. So having had this big picture, Korean peace process, where can we put that in the big picture? So that's our concern. To be very honest, I do think ending the hostility first. That's the kind of entrance, in theory, for the Korean peace process. I do think it does make sense, but the thing is, it's not that likely. It's not that likely to happen. Ending the hostility first, and then let's move on to the more like a pragmatic, step-by-step, incremental approach, whatever you describe. Okay, in theory, it sounds sensical. Because the absence or shortage or lack of the mutual trust is really the fundamental problem of everyone here in this region. So just declare or whatever, just ending the hostility for some good reasons can be regarded as one good step toward the further steps. But the thing is, again, it's not that likely to happen. So denuclearization, it's a long process. It's a CVID. I just really would like to ask, each those policymaker of Washington, what exactly are you trying to do? Again, the C means complete. We all know what the acronym stands for, but technologically, it does need a serious and complicating steps. So without those, technological support, it might not be really that likely to achieve those, goals. So having these, I'm going to ending my comments. But having said that, okay, we have a big picture, viably competitive situation, and at the same time we are trying to pursue still Korean peace process. Of course, I said I already shared my little pessimistic view about the Korean peace process. But again, in theory, I agree with the kind of incrementalism. So having said that, what really can be the common ground for everyone in this region to engage again to North Korea for the further peace building in this region? Of course, we don't want to violate resolution, or we don't want to just, how would you say, to give the hard currency through the inter-Korean cooperation or whatever, or we don't want to be just solely punitive, or we don't want to suffocate them all the time. But if so, I mean, what kind of agenda, what topic can really be more like, how would you say, complementary for the future step? So my question is to the Dr. Lee, what kind of agenda can China suggest, I mean, for everyone here? Of course, I'm not saying that, we need to just lift up the whatever those denuclearization related issue. That's one thing, and one big thing, or even fundamental thing. But additionally, what else? I mean, can we do together to deal with this country, again, the North Korea? And Dr. Wilkins, and how about the Austria's interest here? Australia, I'm sorry, Austria. I'm very sorry. Australia's interest, or what agenda can Australia be interested in? Nuclear definitely can be one good agenda. I think Australia-like country, middle power country, a good global citizen-like country can contribute, but what else? What else can Australia contribute? So those are my, that's all of my part, and thank you again, thank you for including me.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lim. Now, let me turn over to Dr. Kim.
Hi, I'm Bomi Kim from Institute for National Security Strategy. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I hope this meeting will be very productive to share our experience and knowledge all together. Jumping into the discussion regarding the first presentation about China and North Korea alliance, I have some comments and questions on that issue. Well, North Korea and China, now they are ahead of renewal of their alliance treaty this year. So they are supposed to renew the alliance treaty in every 60 years, and this is the year. So this is a very important year for both countries. North Korea also entered into an alliance with the Soviet Union in 1961 July, but as socialist bloc collapsed, their alliance treaty was terminated. But North Korea and China still maintains the alliance treaty, and then probably there were ups and downs in the last 60 years, but they are still good friends now. However, for the renewal of the treaty, maybe I want to ask Dr. Lee about any possible revision or delete of the clause of the treaty. So, well, treaty is scheduled to be renewed this year. So, for example, according to the treaty, China is forced to enter into forced to protect and help North Korea in any kind of provoked aggression. So maybe China feel uncomfortable with that. If North Korea is breaking out war on the Korean Peninsula, then automatically China has to be involved in that conflict to protect and help assist North Korea. So there might be the uncomfortable situation for China, because China has to fight, might fight against United States and Japan and South Korea. They are all big trading partners of China. So maybe as the strategic environment has been changes, China may want to revise the alliance treaty. So I do not believe that none of them want to terminate the treaty itself, but they might want some minor revision in the alliance commitment. So I want to hear your opinion about that issue. And regarding that, my first question, I also wanted to know what do you think is the possibility of President Xi Jinping's visit to Pyongyang this year? So, well, I know that you mentioned that they have met like 5 times in last 3 years, so they might be seeking out of each other to see to see each other. So, but however, if North Korea is having a 6 years anniversary ceremony thing in Pyongyang this year, then they might invite President Xi to Pyongyang, right? Then it'll be a perfect excuse or opportunity for President Xi Jinping to visit Pyongyang for the first time in his life, I think. Well, if it comes to if they have a meeting in Pyongyang, then it will be it will be very symbolic, and will have a lot of political influences in the region, I think. Well, from North Korean side, Kim Jong-un might use that opportunity, might use that meeting to enhance Pyongyang's bargaining position with Seoul and Washington. So I'm curious, what do you think about that possibility? And on the second issue, about the IP concept, well, I don't think, I think, well, the South Korean government should be able to answer 2 questions. First one is there enough region to participate in IP or Quad? Or second, is it good for South Korea? I think the answer for both questions might be not sure or maybe not. Well, I'm pretty much uncertain that whether China will persuade North Korea and lead the way to denuclearization as South Korean government wants. However, South Korean government is very well aware that South Korea should pretty much the South Korean government should be cooperative with China, and then should maintain good relations, should maintain a close relationship with Chinese government. So, and denuclearization of North Korea is as long as denuclearization of North Korea is remaining as the most urgent security concern of South Korea, then for that reason, it is necessary for South Korea to cooperate with China. So, and we cannot be decisive at this moment. So, well, I don't think we need to, the South Korean government doesn't need to confirm its position under the current situation. So that's my comment about the second presentation. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Now we have last but not the least, the discussant, Professor Kim Sung-chul of Seoul National University. Now he's with us online. So Professor Kim, can you give us a discussion for maximum 10 minutes?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee and Professor Wilkinson. Very interesting presentations, and I learned a lot. Because of time, I would like to raise a question to Professor Lee Nan one, and to Professor Wilkinson one question. Okay. I would like to raise a question about the nature of peace building on the Korean Peninsula. The Chinese government has argued that there should be a dual track approach, that is denuclearization and the building of a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula at the same time. This approach is generally accepted by South Korea and other countries. But we need to pin down what the nature of the peace regime building should be. Many people believe the two steps are crucial. One is the declaration of end of the Korean War. The other is replacement of the armistice agreement with a peace treaty. However, a key question here is how to eliminate the sources of conflict. Will the two steps be able to ensure or assure peace on the Korean Peninsula? I believe that these steps are the only beginning of the peace process. The North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, also hinted it once by saying that peace cannot come with a peace treaty in a paper. Apparently, he calculates military balance and the concerns about escalation of arms race surrounding the Korean Peninsula. In essence, I believe that legally binding negative security assurance must follow those formal steps. This legally binding negative security assurance must cover concern the security of the entire Korean Peninsula. This is particularly true amid the intensifying US-China rivalry. We have to take into account three aspects. First, the negative security assurance must be given to South Korea as well as North Korea. And second, P5, the 5 permanent member states of the United Nations Security Council should be involved in the negative security assurance, not simply surrounding the great powers, but extra-regional nuclear states should participate. Thirdly, I concern that the nuclear capability and missile capability of United States, China, and Russia, they must reduce their arms significantly. In other words, the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula involves not only denuclearization of North Korea, but also nuclear-free Korean Peninsula, or particularly South Korea. So nuclear advancement and missile development surrounding areas should be seriously eliminated. And as to Professor Wilkinson's presentation, I mostly agree with your points. And what I wanted to add my point is that all the security cooperation, whether it is alliance or security partnership or whatever, history tells that the burden sharing and commitment, two issues are very important. Okay. So burden sharing and commitment goes hand in hand. The country that cannot contribute in burden sharing and in commitment, just like South Korea during the Cold War period. The country is located in the security cooperation at the bottom. The top country, like US, can be situated at the top. Japan in the middle. It is because it is not willing to commit itself defense of the region, but it can contribute aid to other countries, including South Korea and the Southeast Asian countries. So these burden sharing and commitment issues involve disputes, how to divide the burden, and why each state should shoulder such a burden. With regard to Indo-Pacific strategy, any US unidirectional proposal regarding these two issues in detail is likely to raise disputes among the four states. The United States seems eager to induce concerted efforts of the three other partners to counterbalance China, but the four states differ in their interest. Japan is primarily concerned about securing sea lanes in South China Sea and the territorial disputes in East China Sea, but Tokyo continues to try to expand bilateral relations with Beijing. Indo-Pacific strategy from the US perspective has apparently raised the geographical importance of Australia, but Canberra considers the Indo-Pacific and the Quad two different things. India is in dispute with China on the border, and it has been critical of China's Belt and Road Initiative, particularly of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is passed through Kashmir, which is under dispute between India and Pakistan. But India is a founding member of the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank and is one of the 8 recipients of the bank. India accommodates China's initiative in the multilateral context. As soon as burden sharing and commitment issues would come to the topic of dispute, the idea of the strategy and the Quad is likely to be diluted soon. In addition, in order for the Indo-Pacific strategy and the Quad to become a solid foundation of the security cooperation, the top power, the United States, must induce active participation of the small states neighboring with China. As the strategy is based on geopolitical consideration, it covers not only the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean, but also it includes the sub-regions such as Southeast Asia, South Asia, and Northeast Asia. But the small states neighboring with China are not really interested in balancing China or bandwagoning the Indo-Pacific strategy. The most probable candidates for helping the strategy are Vietnam, Singapore, and Thailand. But all of them take on a hatching strategy toward China. They try to take advantage of economic cooperation and seek benefits stemmed from the Belt and Road Initiative, although they are keen to the China risk that is over-reliance on China. Without frontline states in Southeast Asia and Indian Ocean and Central Asia, what is the use of the Indo-Pacific strategy and the Quad? What are the alternatives to the Indo-Pacific strategy and the Quad? How should China's neighbors contribute to reconfigure the present Indo-Pacific strategy for the security and peace in the region and in coping with rising China's economic advance in the region and its coercive diplomacy? To narrow my discussion on the Korean Peninsula, an ideal scenario for South Korea might be as follows. South Korea joins the Quad Plus, that is taking a new unprecedented commitment to the security cooperation that US leads. And South Korea would be able to have a leverage to adjust its objective within the Indo-Pacific strategy frame. That is maintaining the importance of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the mix of engagement and balancing vis-a-vis China, rather than checking and balancing China. In my humble opinion, however, this scenario seems not a possible or realistic idea. Instead of taking part in the Indo-Pacific strategy, which is very unclear and poorly defined, it is a feasible strategy for South Korea to keep out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Now, discussions actually raised a lot of questions and issues, but I think all the questions and issues are practically important as well as intellectually stimulating. So now time for presenters to respond. So why don't I start with Dr. Lee Nan? So would you respond to the questions and issues raised in the discussion?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for all questions. I really appreciate. And I think a lot of the participants give me very insightful question on my presentation. Actually, I will try to make my effort to answer the question one by one. And thanks for joining this question. And you raised the 3 kinds of questions. And actually, I have to say, China and DPRK right now is just, I define, we're just repairing the relationship since 2018. And you know, in 2017, in Lodong Shinmen, the North Koreans still criticize China. So right now, we're trying to repair our relationship, and still we have to define each other why, what kind of the other part, the other side is how we see that strategically. And also I have to say China and the DPRK have our own concept of security. And so we always say we are independent, where we have the policy independent. And also we think we have to take care of others' concerns. So now I think we are trying to figure out what kind of the other part is fit in our strategy or in their strategy. And so how can we have develop and secure the country? Also, we can fit we can fit the other interest. So this is the China DPRK right now we're concerning about. That's why recently you can see the recent official statement released by China and DPRK. We always emphasize on the traditional, means the traditional is our foundation, and we have to look forward to future and how to defend strategic partnership. So this is we have to. That's why right now means very clear we have a different concept of security, and second, economically, I think we expected that after the coronavirus, China DPRK trade will be rise rapidly, and will be really big rise. And but the China's dominance on North Korean economy doesn't mean China have the political influence on North Korea. And just as I said, North Korean leadership still very aware of China's influence. So economy is one side, and China want to help North Korea to develop their economy, not focus on military. But also, we still have a very limited the political influence on North Korea, who always say we have different views on different views from you. So you don't know my situation. So this is economy, and also how North Korea can fit China's strategy. I think so. Right now, it depends on how China defines on U.S. role. And right now, until now, we still think U.S. is a competitor, also cooperator. That means we have to. China can competition with United States. Also, we still think for cooperation. This is right current China's judgment on America. So that's why China still leave us cooperative space to United States on the North Korean nuclear issue. That's why we still want to cooperate with the United States to push North Korea to denuclear themselves. Also make the Korean Peninsula become a nuclear-free peninsula. This is China's really want to leave this cooperation space for United States. But also, if United States still keep the hostile, according to North Koreans' defense, hostile policy toward North Korea and never move, then what China can do is still China want to help North Korean economy. This is no doubt. And also we want to, in long term, we want to North Korea to focus on economy and leave the military aside. So this is what China's think. And also we think right now still China never think United States is whole competitor or enemy. So that's why I think North Korea, our Chinese global strategy very limited. So not so much. This is John's question. And so Professor Lim, and besides the nuclear issue, and I think China want to cooperate with other countries on the humanitarian issue in North Korea, and that is really important. and also environmental. That is also important for China because China tried to cooperate with North Korea on environmental issue, but actually China realized this is not only between China and North Korea, and China really like to cooperate with South Korea, ROK, and Japan, even Mongolia on this environmental issue. You know, the dust recent making China worry about too much, and also China like to try to influence North Korea's concept of the economy, especially market economy, and so that's why China like to train the North Korean students and officials to learn the market concept, market economy concept. And also North Koreans like to go outside. A lot of young men in North Korea like to go outside to study the new knowledge and the new technology and the new concept of the economic market, as I know when I was in North Korea. And I can see the young people really eager to go outside to learn. So that is, there's so many, I think, cooperative points in that besides the nuclear, and we can talk about and the cooperation. And for the treaty, I think China and North Korea right now still never use alliance calling each other. And the official statements say the strategic partner. And so China have seen the lesson in 2017. You know, the Trump administration really looks like have a war in Korean Peninsula, making China really worry about the chaos and the war occur in Korean Peninsula. That's why China like to review this treaty. But this is I don't think China will revise the treaty because China will still want to keep the stability, not to make other people, the foreign country, to suspect if we revise the treaty. So we still want to keep the stability, and but we still never try. Very cautious to say we are alliance with a strategic partner. That's mean though we don't have that burden of the alliance, we still have flexible cooperation and flexible thinking on each other, and so depends on the situation we can adjust our policy, and also North Koreans think the same way, and so right now we don't have the trust like the one between the alliance, and so that's why we have to, China and the DPRK still have to accumulate trust to each other. So that's why the alliance still using the alliance still very be sensitive in China. And so Xi Jinping visit, I don't think she probably will visit in North Korea recently, because according to the communism culture, so when she will really have the formal visit in 2019, that is enough for our two countries. And they don't need to have another presidential visit to show how strong the two countries. So I don't think she probably will visit in North Korea recently. But the high official probably will exchange view and have a frequent visit in a foreseeable future. And so actually, I think after the Xi's visit, I think both countries have realized how important of the relationship is, and we know how to figure out, because since 2000, since Yan time, to 20th century, at that time North Korea and China have a long history, and we know each other very well, and how to cooperate, how to coordinate. This is really become the routine. So don't need to make another the leader to come to Pyongyang again, or Kim Jong-un visit China again. So that is so I think our relation is still there. And the Professor Kim's question, I think the peace treaty is very, very important from China's perspective. and China still wants the two Koreas can make the peace treaty and by themselves, and then China can join them and make the treaty implemented. And so from China's perspective, the two Koreas make the treaty, the peace treaty, and North Korea should denuclear themselves. And so both Korea should say no nuclear weapon in Korean Peninsula. And but the thing is, we still worry about the U.S. policy because we look at the Trump administration in the Iranian nuclear agreement. When the Trump went to the White House, he can drop this, just through this agreement immediately. So how to implement the peace treaty for China is really important. So China want to find a way or seek for the cooperation with other countries to implement this peace treaty. That is more important because two Korea's relationship improve is definitely China's interest. And but how to implement the treaty is more important than making the treaty. And two Korea, in history, two Koreans make a lot of treaties and make a lot of the agreement. But it looks like the other one side said no, they broke the treaty or broke the agreement. The treaty became this like paper. And so, for Chinese perspective, implementation is more important than making the treaty. So, if China can play this role, and I think China will be very glad to play this role for the Korean Peninsula. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wilkins, would you also respond to the questions?
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much to all of those very insightful comments and points made by the discussant panelists. So there was a great deal of discussion there that we could get into. So I'll just be a bit selective in the points that I respond to. Although actually the majority of points were aimed at my co-presenter, but there's definitely some key issues brought up there that I'd like to weigh in on. Firstly, Professor Delaunay's kind of question mark being attached to strategy and are these things really strategic? Well, if I think of strategic approaches to the Indo-Pacific in my case or in the case of the Korean Peninsula, whether there's a clear strategy for denuclearization or dealing with North Korea or something. When Japan launched its free and open Indo-Pacific idea, it was originally branded a foreign policy strategy, but apparently that was slightly created some slight apprehensions amongst various ASEAN interlocutors. And so Japan tried to repackage its FOIP strategy as a vision instead to take the sort of, should we say, the hard edge of its policy initiative. Nonetheless, I think if you do look at Japan's FOIP and especially the American Indo-Pacific strategy and its, I think the recently declassified document, it's something like the framework for the Indo-Pacific or Indo-Pacific framework or something. These, I think, lay out very, very clearly what the strategic goals and objectives are of Japan and the United States, respectively. And Australia doesn't have a kind of cognate document, but if you look at its defence white paper and most importantly its defence, its foreign policy white paper of 2017 and its strategic defence update of 2020, it does lay out some very clear ideas of how it views the Indo-Pacific region, what challenges it identifies, and the kind of responses that it will take, the package of policies that it'll implement individually and collectively with its allies and partners. I also so I think that that especially now especially now we're out of the Trump era, where where the president had a superb way of muddying the waters of what American strategy towards the region would be. I think we can be a lot more confident about that. In relation to the North Korean issue in particular, in terms of strategic approaches, well, yeah, that's definitely remains to be seen. Professor Delory said, you know, it sort of seems like deja vu when we're discussing the Crimean Peninsula issues, and I absolutely agree with that. I mean, I think it was about 10 years ago I was involved with the Korean Institute for National Unification, and we examined the whole peninsula denuclearization and reunification situation, and it's very, very difficult to come up with innovative approaches or policies to this. And the situation has obviously deteriorated as Pyongyang's capabilities have been augmented. So it still remains, you know, the land of bad policy options, as I think someone famously said. With regards to this whole idea of alliances and everything, this is something that I work on quite. I wrote my doctoral dissertation on alliances or coalition warfare, and I do a lot of work in this space still. So, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the PRC DPRK alliance, but it also kind of works the other way, because you know, I think as Professor Delory alluded to, North Korea can be used as you know, if we assume that Beijing has some influence or some control, either in terms of restraint or in terms of sort of loosening that restraint and using North Korea as a sort of a proxy. That can put pressure, acts as a pressure point upon the US South Korea alliance, of course. I mean, that's a well-known angle that's been observed. Now, in terms of the focus on Northeast Asia or East Asia, in the much broader Indo-Pacific concept, I think, you know, as I said, it's sort of, you know, we depart from there only to return to it. So it still remains one of the important flashpoints, along with the others that I checked off before. But it is true, I think, that by widening the mental map in this Indo-Pacific strategic construct, that much greater emphasis is put on India and the Indian Ocean, and of course the confluence of the Indian and Pacific Oceans through all of those strategic waterways, the sea lines of communication that run through Indonesia and Malaysian waters and so forth, between those two oceans, those massive shipping routes and strategic choke points. And of course that's where the South China Sea comes in as well. And Southeast Asia in general, and then also added to that is the South Pacific region, which you know, China has sought to increase its political and economic influence, which is also increasingly seen as a focal point for the Indo-Pacific strategy, especially for Australia, but also for Japan and the United States as well, perhaps less India. So I think there's a stronger accent on the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, and slash South China Sea, and South Pacific. And it does detract a little bit away, as I said, from those East Asian or Northeast Asian security issues. That certainly is a really, really good point that needs to be recognised. Then, sort of moving through onto what Professor Lim raised. You know, what can Australia really contribute to the peninsular security situation? In practice, probably not a great deal, but in terms of intent, in terms of diplomacy, that kind of middle power diplomacy, Australia's always been very strong on non-proliferation. Was it a nuclear suppliers group? The joint, I forget the name of the institution now, but there's a joint sort of denuclearization or disarmament kind of organization between Japan and Australia, and that actually forms the nucleus of their joint strategic partnership, or one of the focal points of their joint strategic partnership. Japan and Australia is the Korean Peninsula issue, both the denuclearization, which of course is probably more important to Japan than it is for Australia, but it's about reciprocity. And of course the abductees issue as well, that Australia lends diplomatic support to Tokyo on the abductees issue. Also, sort of to move on, just to select out a couple of points made by Professor Kim Sung-chul. This whole idea of the Quad as a proto-alliance or something, absolutely right to identify that there are divergences in how these countries look at the region, the order of priority that they place upon different security issues. I mean, really, can we expect Japan and Australia to come rushing to India's assistance in a border war with Pakistan? Probably not at the top of our list of priorities. So there is definitely divergences. But that's not to ignore the things that unite these countries. Particularly, and this is becoming really, really important to the discourse now, this notion of a rules-based order, where certain countries, the Quad countries, other like-minded countries, even extra-regional powers such as the European Union, the UK, France, Germany, they step in to uphold a largely commonly agreed set of shared values, democracy, human rights, free, fair and transparent trade and everything. But of course, these supposedly universal values are not shared throughout the entire region. And so I think you're sort of seeing, where those that share those values and those that don't, or question the rules, who has the right to set the rules, you're seeing sort of friction between those two kind of coalescing values and interest-based blocks. Also, in terms of sort of, again, I think, alliances really kind of came out throughout the discussants' points. Certainly, while the Quad has some weak spots, if we narrow it down to Australia, Japan, and the United States, there are almost no weak spots at all. They're much more minimal. And so these three countries, they actually cooperate through the trilateral strategic dialogue. And because of the fact that both Tokyo and Canberra are treaty allies of the United States, but now have one of the strongest forms of strategic partnership and security cooperation that we've witnessed on the strategic partnership model, you've really got, and then you put it together in the trilateral strategic dialogue, you've got a very, very strong kind of triangular core to that broader US hub and spoke system, of which, of course, South Korea is a part, and others, and this kind of effort to build this networked architecture that brings in other partners such as India and Singapore and everything. So, I mean, I think that's part of the US kind of grand strategy for the region. And while there's obviously caveats, I think this is a fairly robust stance. As well, of course, this idea that the Indo-Pacific concept and the strategy and the FOIP and everything certainly puts the accent on maritime elements. And so in this sense, when these countries say, they're not out to encircle China, I mean, whether China takes them at their word or not, that's a different matter. But it's not about sort of moving in and concentrating and pressuring China, but rather just sort of, defending the maritime commons and, and attending to, regional maritime security issues, some of which, of course, have been exacerbated by recent actions in the South China Sea. And just very, very last point, I actually because we've been talking about this whole DPRK PRC alliance, but then I sort of noticed that Dr. Li Nan is now actually calling it a strategic partnership. Now, I'm a little bit confused about this, and I wonder if we could get some clarity on this, because certainly I think the general understanding is that there is an alliance, including a defence treaty, which is the fundamental aspect of any formal military alliance between Pyongyang and Beijing. Now, of course, I'm quite aware that Beijing is trying to sort of walk back a little bit and sort of soften, just how strong that guarantee would be and how absolutely binding it is, and that's always part of alliances. But I certainly think that distinguishes it from your descriptor as a strategic partnership, because just check the list of strategic partnerships that China has, and we could say that the DPRK PRC alliance, right, as I understand it, is absolutely qualitatively different, given that military security guarantee, the fact they fought a war together against opposing powers before, from like the PRC Congo strategic partnership or the PRC Cambodia strategic partnership. So I'm just wondering whether or not this is just sort of personal interpretation, or really whether there's a change of mood and to recategorize and even downgrade what is widely understood to be a traditional alliance from the 1960s and put it more on a par with a sort of a more versatile, a more flexible and less binding strategic partnership. So I'm not sure if I'm trespassing by throwing that question out there, but I thought that's, terribly interesting to me, and perhaps to the rest of the panel to get some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee and Dr. Wilkins. Now I have about 4 questions from the audience joining us online. So let me briefly read those questions to presenters. Actually, 3 questions are directed to Dr. Lee and 1 to Dr. Wilkins. The first question, which is directed to Dr. Lee, despite North Korea's reliance on China for its economy and regime survival, you mentioned that North Korea still has bargaining leverages in dealing with China. Question is it because North Korea believes China could not afford to lose North Korea as a strategic buffer between the United States and China? That is the first question from audience. And the second question from the audience directed to Dr. Lee Nan is that Dr. Lee, you emphasized the importance of a step-by-step and dual-track process while pursuing the denuclearization of the DPRK. In order for this process to be peaceful and productive, I think the strategic role of China is very important. Given the lack of confidence and trust-building measures in the denuclearization effort, what do you think China can do to DPRK as well as the United States? That was the second question. And this is the question directed to Dr. Wilkins. Dr. Wilkins, I agree with you. ROK is reticent and passive adherent to the Indo-Pacific concept. And it's very difficult to read the handwriting. It seems South Korea's stance does not satisfy both China and the United States, and also has difficulty resolving the North Korea nuclear issue. What strategic direction do you think South Korea should take in this situation? That is the question directed to you. And the last question directed to Dr. Lee is that it has been reported that economic cooperation between China and North Korea has substantially declined in the wake of the COVID-19, but at the same time there was a report that border between North Korea and China will be reopened in the foreseeable future. And does it indicate that the economic cooperation between China and North Korea will be back to normal? If it is true, the economic cooperation between the two countries will affect the denuclearization process? That was the last question. Why don't you, Dr. Wilkins, to respond to the question, and then Dr. Lee, you can use the rest of the time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that works well. I'm fine with that. So thank you, Chair, for deciphering the handwritten question. Handwritten? Yeah. Anyway, So that's old school. Yeah, of course. I mean, as already alluded to in my presentation, middle powers, especially ones in such a geostrategically sensitive and confined, crowded region, the shrimp between whales for South Korea, are going to face enormous pressures as these two big superpowers begin to grind up against each other in the region. It risks being crushed, by these two big elephants. So what's the thing? When two elephants fight, the grass always gets trampled. So that's the predicament, and it's always been a predicament at that sort of strategic crossroads of East Asia, or Northeast Asia rather. That's always been a problem for the Korean Peninsula and for the ROK during the Cold War. So I don't have any magic solutions for the ROK, but I would perhaps propose one suggestion, which is that that the ROK proactively come back to its very respected sort of middle power role and its cooperation with other like-minded middle powers, ideally in some form of middle power concert, whereby Seoul reaches out to countries like Australia, Indonesia, India, perhaps Malaysia, others, where it can find common ground, and that they're in a similar predicament of not being superpowers, but not being insignificant powers, i.e. middle powers. They've got enough capabilities that if they do something together, it can make a difference. And I think probably the way to channel that kind of middle power diplomacy and that middle power energy as a concert is to really contribute as the not being superpowers, the other powers in the region, including Japan as well, which is a kind of quasi-middle power, to upholding this rules-based order and protecting the rights and the interests and the values of all of these middle powers as a common united front. And of course, there's very difficult historical issues between Seoul and Tokyo, and the situation is not great at the moment. But the fact remains there's a great deal of commonality between these countries, and I would really kind of hope for the day where some kind of proper reconciliation is able to occur that meets the needs of both parties, and that they can actually work closer together. And if not in a pure bilateral context, in a more multilateral middle power context, I think that might be a potential, at least a partial solution to this conundrum that South Korea faces. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wilkins. And Dr. Lee?
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, I think I have 4 questions. So Professor Wilkins' question, I have to take your first. Actually, strategic partner. And it's very interesting, Chinese use the strategic partner with a lot of countries. But, if you look at the treaty between China and North Korea, and there's only one sentence very important, that the one side just got aggression and the other side will assist it. But if you look at the history of China and DPRK, and we don't have any military exercises. This is not alliance. We never give North Korea any weapon to North Korea, and that's why North Korea very complain about that. If you think you are alliance, why never give China any weapons? So if you compare with the alliance, just like United States and ROK, China and the DPRK, we never call this alliance because the definition of the alliance from Chinese perspective doesn't fit in our relationship with DPRK. And also the strategic partner, and I think this is a really flexible word to the relationship we defined with other countries. So if we think we have a common threat and this threat is really raising up, and also if we think that there's a point we can cooperate, then we can be more cooperative and be more strategic cooperation. But if we don't think we have that common, so we can do by ourselves. And so we give the other side very more space to be more flexible. And if we think we can cooperate, we can cooperate. If not, we are not. This is strategic and fit their own strategy, grand strategy. So this is why China used this word. And also we use different level for the different countries. For example, China defense relationship with Pakistan is called the 24-hour strategic partner, means very important partner. But we never use this important word to North Korea. That means a strict partner for North Korean, from Chinese perspective, still very limited. So this is a strict partner for us. And second question, the North Korean's buffer zone. And actually, if you ask a Chinese, so North Korea is China's buffer zone, and a lot of Chinese people think this word is outdated, and because China is rising now, so we never use the North Korea as a buffer zone like before. When China is weak, and with still strategically, we think North Korea were very important. But right now, we still think we have to redefine the strategic relationship with North Korea. Just as I said, we are trying to figure out what the strategic relation with North Korea should be like. And so that's why I think a lot of Chinese people realize that the buffer zone theory should be gone. And this is my answer. And the China's role, I think China's role really important for the denuclearization talk. And China really like to push both North Korea and the United States to go to the table to talk. And but I just said there's several things China worry more about, and also China want to play the role. The one is how make United States make concession on the talk, and China want to United States to make concession because from Chinese perspective, if the denuclearization should going forward step by step, then United States should make some concession that the sanction or the offensive weapon to Korean Peninsula should be limited. And the other thing is the implementation. I just said the implementation of the agreement is more important than the making agreement, and China want to play this role. And China doesn't want to see agreement like 60-party talk. We have the really good agreement, but when the new government coming and this agreement just throw away. So China want to play the role for implementing the treaties, and so that's why China hope when this agreement achieved, then China can make some with other countries can make something to make these treaties still there, never changed, or even a U.S. new president coming to the White House, they say still we have to focus this agreement. That is what role China want to play, and the trade between China and North Korea, I think we can expect it after the coronavirus. The China and North Korea's trade will going back, but actually still there's several factors limiting this trade. For example, sanction and other ways the North Korea's willingness to get, because they assume China will make large of the trade with North Korea, but I don't think they can accept immediately. And so I think we will resume the trade gradually, not too largely and immediately. And also, I think China will talk with North Korea how to have a serious economic cooperation, and especially like medical equipment, or this coronavirus making North Korea really vulnerable on this public health system, and what kind of the help assistance China can give. That is, I think, for right now for China is more important than the trade issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, as well as Dr. Wilkins. Now time is 3:02. Actually, I'm very much tempted to ask many questions, to use my privilege as a moderator, but at the same time, I think the very important, the most important virtue of moderator is to finish in time. So I'm not gonna ask questions to delay the session. I think we had two excellent questions. In that sense, I would like to thank two presenters for setting up the tone for the intellectually stimulating discussion, and we also had very lively discussions from 4 discussants. I would like to thank all of them. Last but not the least, I would like to also thank the organizing committee of this conference and also Korean Association of International Studies for making this event successful. I would like to bring this session to an end. Thank you, all of you.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘 뭐 길지 않은 시간이었지만은 2 세션 동안에 북핵 문제와 한반도 평화 프로세스를 둘러싸고 우리 학회원분들과 또 해외에서 참가해 주신 여러분들 같이 말씀 나눴습니다. Thank you for your participation, Thomas and Dr. Lee. 네, 저희가 지금 계속 어려운 때에 있기 때문에 회원 여러분들 직접 만나 뵙지 못하고 이렇게 온라인으로만 우선 회의를 하고 있습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 지난번 이제 2월에 했던 회의도 현장 시청도 많으셨지만 사후에 대략 뭐 거의 600명에 달하는 우리 회원들께서 시청을 해주셔서 그래도 회의의 내용은 일정 부분 전달이 되고 있는 걸로 그렇게 믿고 있습니다. 또 오늘 회의도 사후에 또 시청을 하셔서 여러 가지 우리 학계의 논의나 또 이제 북핵 문제 또는 한반도 평화 연구에 조금이라도 도움이 되셨으면 하는 바람입니다. 오늘 회의는 이제 아까도 많이 나왔습니다만은 바이든 정부의 북핵 정책 리뷰가 한두 주 안에 있을 거기 때문에 그런 점에서 이제 북핵 문제를 새롭게 생각도 해보고요. 또 주변 국가들의 입장도 들어보는 그런 굉장히 중요한 기회가 된 것 같습니다. 오늘 회의 이후로는 이제 다음 주 금요일에 우리 신진학자들의 발표를 원래 발표회로 지금 열고자 계획을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 그 부분도 아마 온라인으로 가능할 거고요. 여러분 회원분들 성원과 참여를 부탁드리고 아마 다음번에 대규모 회의는 학예학술회의가 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 6월 말과 7월 초에 곧 사무부에서 공고가 날 것이고요. 그런 면에서 그때는 직접 뵙고 여러분들 같이 말씀 나눌 수 있기를 기대를 해보겠습니다. 오늘 회의 준비를 위해서 우리 황주한 교수를 비롯한 총무위원회 여러 이사님들, 간사님들 많이 써주셨고요. 또 사무국에도 감사드립니다. 네, 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.